Chapter 131 Practice Area. Practice Field, huh? I do want to try out the flying daggers as soon as possible, Yuan nodded after Min Li's suggestion. He then closed his eyes to recall the map inside his head to locate the training field. After standing there for a few moments and locating the exact place, Yuan left the profound pavilion. Of course, Min Li also left the profound pavilion and followed Yuan shortly after like some kind of stalker. Sometime later, they arrived at the practice fields, a vast and spacious area that spanned for miles and was separated into 4 different parts. One part of the area had these large and long walls that appeared to be made out of steel placed all over the area, whilst a few disciples could be seen punching these steel walls. In the second area, there were over 100 human-shaped puppets made out of wood, and these puppets apparently could move on their own and defend themselves against the disciples' attack. However, these puppets didn't appear to have the capability to attack the disciple. Meanwhile, in the third area, there were also puppets, and unlike the second area, these puppets attacked the disciples, aggressively at that. As for the fourth area, there were a dozen mid-sized arenas and there were currently a few disciples sparring with each other on them. There was actually a fifth area, the area in the middle, but it was completely empty with the exception of some disciples sitting on the floor with their eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Yuan immediately assumed this place to be a resting area for the disciples, as no sane cultivator would truly do their cultivation out in the open and surrounded by so many people and noises. What are those walls over there? And why are they punching it repeatedly? Yuan mumbled in a curious voice after seeing their unusual activities. That's the wall of absorption. It's said to be indestructible against physical attacks and have regeneration properties. They are very popular for those who wish to test out the full extent of their strength. Min Li suddenly responded to him from behind, startling him a bit. What about those puppets? Are they also indestructible? Yuan asked her afterward. No, they're not, but they're extremely hard to break if you're not a spirit warrior, she said. If I accidentally break one, how much do I have to reimburse the sect? Yuan asked in a slightly nervous tone. Min Li looked at him with her beautiful eyebrows raised, and she said, even I cannot break one at my full strength, yet you think you can break one at whilst being 2 levels under me? Well, you can't always be too careful. After all, they look expensive. Min Li was speechless. Despite his seemingly profound background, Yuan did not act like someone that belongs to a powerful family. This content is taken from Li/Knov/Pub. There was a clear hint of naivety and innocence around him, but there was also something charming about him that kept her interest piqued. You won't have to pay for any damages done to the puppets, so you don't have to worry about breaking them, Min Li said a moment later. I see. Thank you, Yuan said to her before he retrieved the flying daggers technique and began reading through it. Min Li raised her eyebrows yet again after seeing this. What are you doing now? She asked him. I'm learning the technique, Yuan responded in a calm voice. What? Min Li's eyes widened, and she pointed at the area in the center of the practice area and said, why don't you do it over there? There's a formation that cancels out unwanted noise, so you'll have absolute peace and silence while inside. However, before Min Li could even finish her sentence, Yuan closed the technique and tossed it back into his spatial ring with a calm expression on his face. You have learned flying daggers. This content is taken from Li/G/Novelpu/B/com. Flying daggers. Rank, mortal, mastery level 1. Description: control your daggers with spiritual energy and send them flying through the battlefield, slaying your enemies from a distance. Chi consumption will vary depending on how many daggers you control at once and its speed. Min Li would have never thought that Yuan could have learned the technique in such a short time, so she assumed that he was only putting away the technique so he could listen to her advice and go to the resting area. However, when Min Li noticed that Yuan was walking towards the second area where the defensive puppets were instead, she frowned with a puzzled look on her beautiful face. What the? Where is he going? Min Li wondered to herself as she watched Yuan stand before a puppet. A few moments later, she watched as Yuan retrieved a very beautiful black dagger that did not have any unique aura to it. What a beautiful weapon, but I don't sense anything special coming from it. Is it just an ordinary weapon with good looks? Min Li thought to herself. Follow current novels on li/novelpub.com. Why is he bringing out a weapon now when he still hasn't learned the technique? What's he trying to do? Meanwhile, Yuan placed the starry abyss flat on his palms, and he activated flying daggers. The starry abyss began trembling the next second, and after a few more seconds, it began levitating in the air with a subtle red glow around the dagger. What? When Minli saw the dagger flying above Yuan, she uncontrollably shouted in a shocked voice, quickly attracting the attention of everyone there. Isn't that Fairy Min? What's she doing here? And did that loud voice come from her just now? I think it was somebody else. After all, why would Fairy Min suddenly shout? What do you think she's watching? Do you think she might be watching us train? That might be the case. Let's try not to embarrass ourselves now. The most up-to-date novels are published on /lightno/velpub. The disciples in the practice area began training with even more intensity because they wanted to impress Fairy Min, but alas, little did they know that she was not paying attention to them whatsoever, and her gaze was locked onto Yuan's figure. Chapter 132 Destroying the Training Puppy. Is that the technique Head just obtained from the profound pavilion, flying daggers? But that's impossible. He didn't have the time to learn it. Minli cried inwardly after witnessing Yuan levitate the starry abyss. Then she recalled that brief moment that Yuan took to look through the technique, but that only lasted for a minute at most, if not even shorter. How can someone learn an entire technique in less than a minute? Even if it's the lowest rank technique, such a feat shouldn't be possible. It must be a different technique. Minli forced herself to believe that Yuan was only using a similar technique. However, when she saw Yuan controlling the dagger and making it fly around exactly like the technique flying daggers would do, her eyes widened with shock again. That's really the flying daggers technique. Head really managed to learn a mortal rank technique in a minute. Just what is his background? Even the top geniuses from the 7 legacy families pales in comparison to him. Wait a second. Minli suddenly thought of a possibility. The 4 ancient families. Could he be from one of the 4 ancient families? Minli pondered to herself with a serious frown on her face. The 4 ancient families are very similar to the 7 legacy families in the way that they are only a branch family that has a main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, other than that, the 2 powers were completely different. While the 7 legacy families are known for their influence and large family size, in terms of power and influence, the 4 ancient families vastly surpasses the 7 legacy families by a long shot. Furthermore, very little is known about the 4 ancient families, as they don't usually show up in public or participate in large gatherings. One can say they are a mysterious background with immense power that is at the peak of the lower heavens. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. If this disciple Yuan is really from one of the 4 ancient families, it would make sense as to why he's so talented, but at the same time a nobody that no one recognizes, Minli thought to herself as she watched Yuan improve with the flying daggers technique at a shocking speed. Meanwhile, Yuan was having the time of his life controlling the starry abyss in the air, and once had familiarized himself with the technique, he began using it to attack the defensive puppets. Flying dagger. Yuan activated his spiritual energy and directed the starry abyss in the air to fly straight at the puppet, and the starry abyss trembled for a split second before shooting itself towards the puppet like a shooting star. Whoosh! The starry abyss arrived before the puppet before one could even finish blinking their eyes and struck the puppet in the center of its head before it could even react. Boom! The defensive puppet was sent flying backward, even hitting another puppet in the back before stopping. So powerful. Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice when he saw the destructive power from the technique. And this is only a mortal rank technique? Or is the power mostly due to the starry abyss because it's a soul weapon? Meanwhile, Minli's mouth was wide open from shock after she witnessed the powerful blow from the flying daggers techniques. Visit l/i/nov/lpub/com for a better experience. What the heck? The flying daggers is only a mortal rank technique and is known for being fast but weak. Yet he's displaying power with the technique that rivals even earth rank destructive techniques. Not to mention, had just learned the technique not long ago. Minli cried inwardly. A few moments later, the puppet that had been struck by the abyss dagger slowly returned to standing in front of Yuan, but there was a small crack on its forehead. Even though I don't have to pay for it, I shouldn't destroy it. Yuan thought to himself, and he proceeded to continue his training with the flying daggers technique, and every time he went to strike the defensive puppet, he made sure to hit the puppet in a new area and avoided the cracked areas. Once the puppet was full of cracks, Yuan went to another puppet and continued his training. About half an hour later, another notification appeared. Your comprehension for flying daggers has reached a new level. Flying daggers mastery level, 1, 2, flying daggers, rank, mortal. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub, com, mastery level, 2. Let's see just how much of a difference a single mastery level makes. Yuan mumbled to himself in anticipation before using the flying daggers on the starry abyss and attacking a brand new defensive puppet at full power and speed. Whoosh! The starry abyss floating in the air suddenly flickered and disappeared, and in the speed it takes for one to blink, the starry abyss had already reached the puppet in the chest. Boom! To Yuan's surprise, the starry abyss not only sent the puppet flying but it also created a hole the size of one's fist in the middle of the puppet's chest. Clang! Once the puppet bumped into another puppet many meters away, the puppet struck by the starry abyss broke into two pieces, dumbfounding Yuan and every disciple in the practice area that had been startled by the loud noise created by the impact. He broke the training puppet. I have never seen anyone achieve that before. Updated from lightnovel/pub/com, just who is that disciple? I don't recognize his face. The disciples there mumbled to each other after witnessing a training puppet being destroyed in such a vicious manner for the first time. He really destroyed a training puppet. Minli mumbled to herself in a low voice and stood there with a dazed face. A few moments later, Minli suddenly began making her way towards the second area with a sword in her hands and a resolute look on her beautiful face. Look at that. Fairy Min is also going to challenge the training puppet. She definitely wants to try it herself after seeing what that disciple achieved. The disciples noticed her actions and watched in anticipation. Chapter 133 Challenging Yuan. If he can destroy a training puppet whilst being 2 whole levels below me in cultivation, not to mention with a mortal rank technique, there's no reason why I, Minli, cannot destroy one too. Minli thought to herself with a resolute look on her face, feeling as though she had been challenged by Yuan after seeing his dazzling display. Every single disciple in the practice area including Yuan stopped whatever they were doing to watch Minli, who stood before a training puppet with an ordinary sword in her hands and a serious but still beautiful look on her face. Since Head used an ordinary weapon and a mortal rank technique, I shall do the same. Minli thought to herself as she prepared her mind and sword. After taking a deep breath, Minli moved. She took a step forward with the sword in her hand raised and trembling. Ha! Minli shouted out loud as she swung the sword in her hands. Boom! The training puppet flew many meters away from the impact. Wow! As expected of Fairy Min. To think she could display such strength with a mortal rank technique. This content is taken from /l/i/n/ovalpub.com, that's true, but, compared to that other disciple, it felt a little bit lacking. I think. One of the disciples there suddenly mumbled. You idiot. Don't say that out loud. What if Fairy Min hears you? Another whispered. Min Li's eyebrows twitched a little bit when she heard those disciples talk, but she pretended as though she didn't hear it and focused on the training puppet. A moment later, the training puppet returned, and as Shed expected, there wasn't any damage on the puppet despite such a powerful blow. Min Li stared at the training puppet with a frown on her face, but she wasn't discouraged, as the previous attack was only a warm-up. After taking another breath, Min Li displayed her second strike, and the sword in her hand emitted an even more powerful aura than previously. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying once again by the strike. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub.com. Wow! That strike was at least twice as powerful as the last one. And it surpassed even the other disciples' attacks at first. As expected of Fairy Min. I knew her first strike was only a warm-up. However, despite the disciples' praises, Minli did not feel happy even in the slightest, as she knew very well that it wasn't enough to destroy the training puppet. The training puppet returned to her side a moment later, and there was a slight crack on its body, but it was nothing significant and could only be considered as superficial damage. How is this possible? Minli pondered to herself. Although I am only using an ordinary weapon, my mastery with this mortal rank technique has long reached its peak after training with it for over 10 years, yet it cannot compare to his flying daggers technique that had just learned not long ago. This doesn't make any sense. Unless... Minli turned to look at the beautiful weapon in Yuan's grasp. Unless that's not an ordinary weapon at all. I'd been fooled by its lack of aura. That weapon is definitely a powerful treasure. There's no way someone from the ancient family will carry around an ordinary weapon. Since that's the case, I will also use my personal weapon. After convincing herself that Yuan's starry abyss was actually a treasure and not an ordinary weapon at all, Minli stowed away her ordinary sword and retrieved another sword, a beautiful blue sword that emitted a sharp and profound aura that sent chills down the disciples' back when they saw it. There it is. Fairy Mint's heaven-grade treasure, the eternal fairy needle. The source of this content is light novelpub. Wow, the blade of that sword is incredibly thin. I have never seen anything like that before. But won't it affect its durability? Are you stupid? That's a heaven-grade treasure. You cannot judge treasures by their appearance. Even though it has an incredibly thin blade, it's actually more durable than even broadswords, at least that's what I heard. Whilst the disciples mumbled to each other, Minli prepared herself for the third strike. Sometime later, Minli stepped forward while shouting in a loud voice. Ha-ah! The eternal fairy needle in her grasp flew forward, striking the training puppet directly on the chest. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying like it'd been launched by a rocket launcher and landed in the third practice area many meters in the distance. Heavens, what a powerful strike! I don't think I have seen even Earth-grade techniques display such power. Visit live/novelpub. For a better experience, do you think Fairy Min managed to destroy the training puppet with that strike just now? Of course. There's simply no way the training puppet could have survived that. However, to everybody's surprise, the training puppet returned a few moments later with only a large crack in its chest. What the heck? Are the training puppets really that durable? To the point where it can withstand even a heaven-grade treasure? If that's the case, then how powerful is that disciple who destroyed it completely? The disciples were shocked beyond belief when they realized just how difficult it was to destroy a training puppet, and they all turned to look at Yuan, who had been standing there with an innocent face with shocked gazes. Meanwhile, Minli stared at the training puppet with a slightly angry look on her face, feeling irritated for the first time in many years. As a genius who is often praised by her surroundings and with very few rivals in her life, she cannot help but feel angry when she suddenly meets another individual who she cannot even begin to compare to, not to mention she was being watched by hundreds of other disciples. I know I'd dug this hole myself when I decided to challenge him, but I have vastly underestimated him. If I don't destroy the training puppet, my face will be in jeopardy. Minli thought to herself. Since it has come to this, I must go all out even if I am cheating a little. Visit lightnow//lpub. For a better experience. Chapter 134 Admitting Defeat. If I don't destroy a training puppet today, it won't just affect my reputation but also my family. I cannot let that happen no matter what. Not even if I have to sacrifice all of my faces. Minli thought to herself. A moment later, she took a deep breath before taking a unique stance. When the other disciples saw this and recognized her stance, they immediately shouted with excitement. That's the Min family's most powerful technique, a divine rank technique. What? She's going from a mortal rank technique to a divine rank technique? Does she want to destroy that training puppet so badly? Well, think about it as though you are in her shoes. She was the one who decided to challenge that disciple who'd managed to destroy the training puppet. If she loses, it'll affect her reputation alongside her family's reputation, and you know how much the 7 legacy families values their reputation. But that disciple used a mortal rank technique, and it was even the flying daggers technique that is known for being weak. If she uses a divine rank technique, wouldn't that be cheating and count as her loss regardless? Well, yeah, but at least she will save some face for destroying the training puppet. While the disciples mumbled to each other, Minli focused on her next and final attack, even picking a new training puppet that did not have any cracks to make it a little bit fairer. This will definitely make me lose face, but at least I will destroy the training puppet. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Calm with that in mind, Minli took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble a little, and she swung the sword in her hands that radiated with a profound aura. Ha-ya! Minli shouted at the top of her lungs, attempting to force every ounce of strength in her body out with her voice. Boom! An explosion occurred upon impact, and the training puppet was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into many other training puppets. Heavens! The other disciples' jaw dropped to the ground when they witnessed the destructive power of the divine rank technique. There was simply no way the training puppet would be able to move again after being hit by such a powerful strike. Ah. Did I destroy it? Minli kneeled on the ground with an exhausted expression on her face while panting heavily. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lee/GitNovelPub. The divine rank technique had exhausted pretty much all of her spiritual energy, making something as easy as standing a difficult task for her. The other disciples also watched with nervous expressions, their gazes all staring at the mountain of training puppets that had piled up after the Minli's attack. A few moments later, the training puppets began moving once again and slowly returned to their original spots. However, the disciples and Minli didn't care about the other training puppets, only the one that Shed struck. 2 minutes later, they could finally see the training puppet that Minli attacked. I am possible. Minli mumbled with clear disbelief on her face as the training puppet that Shed struck slowly approached her with a long and deep cut on its chest, feeling quite intimidating for some reason. A few moments later, the training puppet stood before Minli once again, clearly still functional and not completely destroyed despite the damage it sustained that would instantly kill any cultivator. How is that possible? The other disciples there were also in disbelief, and they turned to look at Yuan with a fearful expression on their faces. Updated from Lighten/Ove/Pub. If Yuan could destroy the training puppet completely with a mortal rank technique whilst Minli could not achieve the same results with a divine rank technique and a heaven-grade treasure, just how much more powerful is he? Damn it! Just who is this disciple Yuan? Minli cried inwardly and stared at Yuan with a frustrated look on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan, who was completely oblivious that Minli had challenged him, said to her, "Wow, that was such a powerful technique. I am impressed." Minli nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing Yuan's words, as she misunderstood it for mockery. This is the first time I've been humiliated in such a manner. Had even mocked me for daring to challenge him. However, as frustrated as she was, Minli wasn't angry at Yuan, mostly because she was the one who'd challenged him in the first place, even blaming herself for not being strong enough. "You. How old are you?" Minli asked Yuan sometime later. "Me? 18 years old," Yuan calmly responded. New novel chapters are published on Lie/Tno//Velpub. Minli stared at him with a gawking expression. He's the same age as me? Yet there's such a vast disparity between us. He's definitely from one of the 4 ancient families. I am almost certain now. Minli cried inwardly. Anyway, I am going to return home for now. Yuan turned around and walked away. However, Minli shouted at him, "Wait for a second." "Yes?" Yuan looked at her with a calm expression. I won't lose to you next time. Regardless of your background, I am going to win next time. Minli declared with a determined look on her face. Okay. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as he had no idea what she was talking about, but he figured that it would be for the best to just nod his head and accept it. Visit Lie/Novelpub. Calm for a better experience. Minli was speechless. Does she really look that insignificant in his eyes? Are the 4 ancient families really that much more powerful than the 7 legacy families? Humph. Just you wait. Although I may be nothing more than an ant in your eyes right now, I swear that I will catch up to you and make you recognize me as your equal. Minli swore to herself as she watched Yuan disappear from the practice area. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to his home and acted as though nothing special had happened, completely unaware that had made Minli think of him as a rival. Chapter 135 Unbelievable Rumor. Just who was that outer court disciple? I have never seen him before, nor do I recognize his face. Does anyone here know him? One of the disciples there suddenly asked out loud. No, I have also never seen him around here before, and I come to this place nearly every day. Me neither. I have trained here every day for the past 2 years without missing a single day, and I also don't recognize him. Since nobody there recognized Yuan's identity, they all turned to look at Fairy Min with a questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, one of them decided to ask her, Fairy Min, do you perhaps know who that outer court disciple was? I don't know him. Minli responded in an irritated voice before standing up and patting her clothes and knees. Once Shed fixed her appearance, Minli walked away while resisting the urge to cry, as Shed unintentionally suffered a humiliating defeat by Yuan before so many disciples, which will surely affect her reputation and possibly her family's face. Sometime later, once Minli left the scene, the disciples at the practice area looked at each other and said, Did you see how dejected Fairy Min looked just now? I think it would be better if we don't talk about this. Yeah, I think so too. After all, talking bad about Fairy Min is akin to slapping the Min family in the face, and I don't want to risk offending one of the 7 legacy families. Me too. I didn't see anything here today. This content is taken from /lig/novelpub/com. Good. Then let's act as though nothing happened here today. However, even if the majority of the disciples there agreed to keep what happened today a secret, there were bound to be a few of them who couldn't keep their mouths shut and spoke about the event at the practice area to others, which quickly spread throughout the sect as a rumor. Luckily for Fairy Min, since only a few people spoke about it at first, the other disciples doubted this rumor when they heard it, as it was simply too unbelievable. What? Fairy Min lost to some unknown outer court disciple in a challenge? That's outrageous. Some unknown outer court disciple managed to destroy a training puppet with an ordinary dagger and a mortal rank technique, the flying daggers technique, no less? How is that possible? You must have been dreaming. There's no way Fairy Min would lose to some nobody. Quit your bullshit. I am telling you the truth. If you go to the practice area now, you would see many cracked training puppets. These damages had been done by that outer court disciple. The disciple that spread the rumors said, feeling slightly annoyed that nobody believed him. Do you think I am stupid? Of course, there would be cracked training puppets in the practice area. Do you know how many disciples practice there every day? I personally cracked one myself after hitting it over 1,000 times in a single day. That's not what I mean. Follow current novels on lightnovel//ub/com. I don't know who you are, but if you continue to gossip about Fairy Min in a negative light, I will personally give your skull some cracks. Get lost. That disciple was speechless. After pondering for a minute, he realized that it made sense why nobody would believe him, as the event was simply too unbelievable. If he didn't witness it himself, he would have definitely reacted the same as these disciples. Meanwhile, after returning to her own room, Minli collapsed on the bed with her head buried deep inside her pillow and began crying her eyes out, releasing all of her frustration alone after today's defeat. I swear I won't lose to you next time, Disciple Yuan. Minli cried out loud sometime later. As for Yuan, he was casually laying on the comfortable bed inside his room while staring at the floating starry abyss in the air. Even though he had already reached mastery level 2 for this technique, he just cannot seem to get enough of it, as it reminded him of the flying sword. Hopefully he'll be able to control a flying sword soon, he mumbled in a low voice. After spending some time reading the guidebook some more to decide where he wanted to go for tomorrow, Yuan logged off the game to cultivate in the real world until Yuro returned from school to feed him dinner. Even though I haven't slept in an entire week, I don't feel tired, even filled to the brim with energy. I wonder if this is actually healthy for me. Yuan wondered to himself as he calmed his mind to prepare for another night of cultivation. Follow current novels on //lee/gitnovelpub.com. However, unlike the past few days, Yuan did not cultivate throughout the whole night and decided to cultivate only for a few hours before going to sleep. The next morning, Yuro said to him, "Brother, Dr. Wang will be coming later this morning. Do you think you can wait for him to finish before you play the game? I have school so I won't be able to attend, but Meishio will be here if you need anything." "Okay," Yuan said. Once Yuro left for school, Yuan began cultivating until someone knocked on his room. "Young master, Dr. Wang is here to see you," Meishio knocked on his door and said. "Let him in," Yuan responded. Dr. Wang entered the room with Meishio a moment later. "How have you been feeling lately, young master? Does your body hurt anywhere? Do you feel any different than usual?" Dr. Wang asked him. "No, I feel as great as usual," Yuan quickly responded. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. As great as usual. Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. Normally, one wouldn't claim to feel great if they were in Yuan's condition. That's great to hear. Anyway, I have brought some equipment with me to scan your body today, but since this is portable equipment, it is also weaker than the ones in the hospital, so I will need to remove your clothes. Dr. Wang said before turning to look at Meishio and said, "Do you mind helping the young master strip while I prepare the equipment?" "Thank you." A speechless and perplexed look appeared on Meixia's face, but she nodded regardless, and then she approached Yuan on the bed a moment later. Chapter 136: A bug in the system. "Excuse me, young master. I'll be removing your clothes now," Meishio said to him once she was beside the bed. "Go ahead," Yuan said. Meishio swallowed nervously and reached for Yuan's pajamas with trembling hands. Although Yuro had specifically told her to not touch Yuan unless absolutely necessary, she also told her to assist Dr. Wang if he requested help, which conflicted with each other and placed Meishio in a difficult spot. A few moments later, Meishio stripped Yuan until he was stark naked. When Dr. Wang saw this, he spoke in an awkward voice. "You didn't need to remove his underwear." "I am so sorry, young master. I wasn't thinking properly just now." Meishio exclaimed in a startled voice after realizing her mistake, and she quickly went to put Yuan's underwear back on his body, but alas, she had unintentionally touched something soft while fixing his underwear due to her panicked and hasty movements. The young lady is going to kill me if she finds out that I soiled the young master's body with my hands." Meishio cried inwardly after she realized what she'd done. "Ha!" Yuan suddenly laughed, and he said, "You've always been clumsy, Meishio. Don't worry about it too much. Visit lightnow.e/e/pub.com for the best novel reading experience. But the young lady, I won't say anything if you want," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Meishio was speechless. Is she really going to keep this a secret from Yuro? I understand, young master. Thank you, and sorry." Meishio bowed to him despite the fact that Yuan wouldn't be able to see it. Dr. Wang shook his head when he saw this, but this wasn't any of his business, so he acted as though it had never happened. Sometime later, Dr. Wang approached the bed with the equipment by his side. However, Dr. Wang's eyes widened with shock when he saw Yuan's body. Why, young master? What happened to your body?" Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Huh? Did something happen to my body?" Yuan's eyebrows quickly furrowed into a worried face. The source of this content is lightnovelp/ub.com, and no. It's just that, compared to last week, your body is much bulkier and clearly has more muscles in general, almost like you've been working out. Dr. Wang spoke in a dumbfounded voice, as this is a situation that he has never encountered before. After all, How does a cripple who cannot move anything below his neck suddenly obtain muscles when all he does is lay around in the bed all day? Meishio couldn't help but glance at Yuan's body out of curiosity, and sure enough, there were some defined areas on his body, something she didn't notice before because she was too nervous. I have no idea, Yuan said despite having a clue as to what might have caused this, and he continued, maybe it's because I have been eating 3 bowls of soup instead of just one every meal? Dr. Wang was speechless. If drinking 3 bowls of soup per meal would give one muscle without doing anything, everybody in the world would drink soup every day for all 3 meals. If anything, Yuan should be getting fatter, yet one could easily tell at a glance that the muscles on Yuan's body were real muscles and not fat. Excuse me, young master, I am going to take a quick look at your body. Dr. Wang began testing the toughness of Yuan's muscles. Heavens! His muscles are even stronger than mine. Although I may be old, I shouldn't lose to someone like the young master who hasn't lifted a finger for many years. Dr. Wang cried inwardly after his quick assessment. Is this a good thing? Dr. Wang pondered with a serious look on his face as he was unsure of how to diagnose Yuan's situation. While it would normally be a good thing for someone to gain muscles, it might be troublesome for someone like Yuan who cannot use his body. What if his muscles continue to grow to the point where it might harm Yuan's body instead? Visit l/item/ovalpub/com for the best novel reading experience sometime later. Dr. Wang decided to scan Yuan's body before he decided on anything. Dr. Wang then placed 4 pieces of equipment that resembled large bracelets on Yuan's body, one on each limb. Afterward, Dr. Wang placed a dozen wired sensors all over Yuan's body and connected it to the monitor beside the bed. I am going to scan your body now, young master, Dr. Wang said as he pressed a button on the monitor. A few moments later, the equipment began glowing a neon green color, and the wired sensors also began trembling slightly while glowing as well. After waiting for a few minutes, Dr. Wang could see an X-ray of Yuan's body on the monitor. What is this? Dr. Wang mumbled in a dazed voice when he saw the results. Dr. Wang then rubbed his eyes for a few seconds before looking at the monitor again, and sure enough, he was not dreaming and he could see Yuan's bones glowing a subtle but golden color. Is this a glitch in the system? Dr. Wang immediately came to this conclusion as it was the only logical one he could think of. Well, this equipment is not as powerful or accurate as the ones in the hospital, so something like this can happen from time to time. New novel chapters are published on lighten/ovelpus/b/. But I'll do it again just in case. Dr. Wang proceeded to restart the monitor before scanning Yuan's body again. A few minutes later, the same results came back but with even more clarity. What the heck? Why does it look like there are golden symbols etched onto the young master's bones? Dr. Wang was truly baffled, speechless this time, as he could not find a logical explanation for this phenomenon other than it being a weird glitch in the software. After all, there was simply no way there could be golden symbols engraved onto Yuan's bones, as that would require surgery, something Yuan clearly hasn't had since ever. Is everything okay? Yuan asked him sometime later. Why yes, your bones seem to be okay, Dr. Wang hastily said, treating the golden symbols as a bug in the system. Chapter 137 Perfectly Healthy. After checking Yuan's X-ray, Dr. Wang proceeded to test Yuan's blood and a few other things. Once the results came back and there was nothing abnormal, Dr. Wang said, Okay, I am done with your checkup, young master. Your body is as healthy as usual, and there's nothing wrong with your blood. In fact, I would even say that you're getting healthier every time I see you. Do you have any questions for me before I leave, young master? Yes. Dr. Wang. Is my condition really caused by some unknown and undetectable illness? Yuan suddenly asked. After all, if the translucent dew of flawlessness and Feng Yixio's phoenix blood had affected him in real life, why didn't the phoenix blood heal his condition when it supposedly cured all of illness and injuries? Why is he still crippled? Dr. Wang shook his head in a solemn manner. After a moment of silence, he spoke, I've already told you this many times already, young master, but we cannot find anything wrong with your body. Your blood, your bones, your muscles, anything that could be tested in your body we have already tested and multiple times too. However, the results are always the same, you are completely healthy. With that being said, there's no way someone healthy would suddenly lose their ability to move their body and see, so we could conclude that it is a new illness that can avoid our current technology. I'm really sorry that I cannot be of more help to you, young master. I am also really ashamed to even call myself a doctor whenever I am before you. Dr. Wang sighed. There's no need for you to feel guilty, Dr. Wang. I understand that there are some things in this world that cannot be fixed no matter what, and I am simply one of those things, Yuan said to him with a smile on his face. Young master. You are truly too kind. Dr. Wang said, feeling an urge to cry. For more, visit li/gitnov/elp/ub/com. Why did the heavens punish the young master in such a way? What did he do to deserve this kind of life? This is too cruel even if the heavens are jealous of the young master's talents. Dr. Wang sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Meishio escorted Dr. Wang outside before returning to his room. Do you need anything from me, young master? Meishio asked him afterward. Can you help me put my clothes back on? Yuan said. Oh. Right. I nearly forgot about that. Meishio quickly went to put on his clothes as she didn't want to be responsible if Yuan catches a cold because of it. I am going in the game now, Yuan said to her afterward. I understand, young master. I'll head to school to serve the young lady now, Meishio said. Have fun. Yuan said. Fun. Meishio thought to herself. While she found helping you row fun, there was nothing fun about going to school, where she must act like a student and a servant at the same time. Visit /lightnovelp/ub/com for the best novel reading experience. Although Meishio is a maid, she is also a student at the same time, and because of Yuro, she got to attend the same prestigious school as Yuro. And because only rich and famous students go to that school, it was common seeing these students bringing their servants to school with them. Sometime later, Meishio left the room and closed the lights whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation online. After returning to his room in the Disciple, Yuan sat on the bed and spoke out loud, Xiaohua, Feng, I have a question. Can you come out for a moment? A second later, Xiaohua came out of his necklace whilst Feng Yixiao emerged from his chest. What's the matter, young master? Feng Yixiao asked him. Well, it's like this. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his condition in the real world without saying it's him. Wow, that sounds horrible. Feng Yixiao shook her head afterward, and she continued, if I had to live like that, I'd probably ask to be killed. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Yuan was speechless. But it was not as though he didn't understand Feng Yixiao's thoughts. Feng, you said that your phoenix blood could cure all illness, right? What if a person in that condition consumes your blood but doesn't heal? Then what would that mean? Yuan then asked her. Indeed, my phoenix blood can cure all illnesses. However, there is a limit to such abilities, as it will only cure mortal illnesses, she said. Mortal illness? What does that even mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then spoke, just like poison and medicine, there are many levels of illnesses. In other words, there are illnesses only mortals can have whilst cultivators are immune to them. However, that goes both ways as there are illnesses that can only affect cultivators but not mortals, as we have different bodies and immune systems. Heavens! I didn't know there exists such a thing. Yuan mumbled. Anyway, my blood can heal all mortal illnesses and most illnesses that affect only cultivators. If this is a cultivator we're talking about, then that is most likely the case. If the crippled person is a mortal, then that person must have contracted something extremely rare and powerful that would even affect cultivators. Is this person someone you know, young master? If that's the case, it'd be better if you find a real expert. After all, we're not doctors, at least I don't think so. Feng Yixiao turned to look at Xiaohua, who shook her head. Xiaohua only knows the basics, she said. For more, visit l/i/tn/ov/lpub. A real expert, huh? Where can I find one? Yuan then asked. I know of a few renowned doctors in the lower heavens, but they are always traveling, so I don't always know where they are. However, if I sense their aura, I'll immediately let you know, young master. Feng Yixiao said. Thanks a bunch, Feng Feng. I'll be counting on you. Yuan nodded. Chapter 138 Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. After talking to Feng Yixiao and Xiao Hua for a few more minutes, they returned to their own home while Yuan prepared to leave the house once again to explore the sect. However, before Yuan could even take a dozen steps out of his house, a familiar voice resounded, "Where are you going?" Yuan turned around to see Min Li standing by the door with slightly dark eyes, almost like she didn't get enough sleep last night or something. I am going to the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Yuan responded with a super long name. Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? Min Li looked at him with widened eyes. The Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower is a unique place in the sect where disciples go to test their skills and challenge their limits by fighting powerful beasts, and the faster one defeats the beasts the higher score they will obtain. The place is so popular and important to the sect and disciples that there is even a ranking just for it, allowing the disciples to compete with each other for the top ranks. However, because of its difficulties, only those who have been in the sect for over a year would dare to challenge it unless they were talented geniuses from powerful families such as Min Li. But even someone like Min Li wouldn't challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower so quickly and without any preparations. This guy. It's only his second day as a disciple and he's already challenging that place? Just how much is he trying to show off his talents? Min Li cried inwardly. When she saw Yuan walking away a moment later, she quickly said, wait a moment. I am coming too. Visit lightnovel/pu/b.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why is she following him again? But since he didn't have an issue with it nor a reason to shoo her away, he didn't say anything in the end. Sometime later, they arrived before an incredibly tall building that almost pierced the clouds. It was so tall that Yuan was able to see it from his building, hence why had managed to get to this place without any problems. Furthermore, there were two more of these towers further in the distance, presumably within the inner court and the center of the sect. There were at least 100 floors in this massive tower, and there was also an incredibly large golden board located next to the entrance with many disciples around it. Look! Ming Yong defeated the Guardian on the 51st floor and entered the 52nd floor. He has managed to enter the top 200. The disciples there shouted with excitement when the name Ming Yong appeared on the bottom of the list on the golden board that had a total of 200 names on it. Yuan looked up and sure enough, there was a golden light emitting from the windows on the 51st floor. If you want to become an inner court disciple, you must defeat at least 30 floors. 75 floors if you want to be a core disciple, Min Li said to him from behind. How does it work? Yuan asked her without looking back. Every floor will have a magical beast that you must defeat in order to advance. Some will have more than one. If you defeat the magical beast, you'll get to ascend to the next level, and you'll repeat this until you can no longer continue. Also, you are only allowed 15 minutes of rest for each floor. Min Li explained to him. For more, visit li/gitnovelpub.com. After a moment of silence, she asked him, if you don't mind me asking, why are you challenging the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower now? You still have plenty of time until the next inner court disciple examination. Don't you want to improve your strength as much as possible before you challenge it? I can challenge this place as many times as I want, right? Then why does it matter if I challenge it now or later? I also read from the guidebook that there will be a special reward for you if you manage to beat all 100 floors, Yuan said. 100 floors? Min Li looked at him from behind with a dumbfounded look on her face. There have been less than 10 disciples since the sect's founding that had managed to complete all 100 floors, and it has been over 1,000 years since the last disciple achieved such a feat. Do you really think you can complete 100 floors? Min Li asked him. And she continued, furthermore, the magical beasts in the tower are all illusions that adjust to your cultivation level, so you can only rely on your own skills and talent to defeat them. Raw strength won't work. Oh. So I can train here regardless of my cultivation level? That's good to hear, said Yuan, who wanted to hone his dagger and sword skills some more but is having a hard time finding opponents at his level. Can I go inside even though there's already someone inside? Or do I have to wait? Yuan then asked. Only one person can challenge the tower at a time. You can register over there. Minli pointed at the small pavilion a dozen meters away from them. Okay, then the source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Wait a second. Minli suddenly stopped him. What is it this time? Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. I am going to go first this time. Minli said with a resolute look on her face. Sure. Yuan nodded. Since Minli looked desperate to challenge the tower, Yuan didn't argue with her and allowed her to go first. Minli then approached the pavilion. Look over there. That's Minli. It looks like she's going to challenge the tower too. How daring. This is only her second day at the sect and she's already challenging the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. As expected of a genius from one of the 7 legacy families. When the disciples there noticed her presence, they were immediately hyped, and they could not wait to see her performance. Chapter 139, taking longer than expected. Disciple Min. Are you going to challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower today? The sect elder sitting in the small pavilion showed a surprised face and asked her in a slightly excited voice. Yes, I am. Minli nodded and handed her disciple identification token to him. Very well. I have recorded your name, Disciple Min. Good luck. The sect elder said to her. After Minli left the pavilion, Yuan approached the place and said to the sect elder, I'd like to challenge the tower too. Let me see your identification token. The sect elder spoke in an uninterested tone, his attitude towards Yuan being completely different from Minli, which was expected. Here you go. Yuan handed his bronze identification token to the sect elder. You have been a disciple at the sect for only 2 days? And you want to challenge the tower? You must be full of yourself. The sect elder shook his head at Yuan. But Disciple Min is the same as me. Yuan said with a dumbfounded look. The same as you? Outrageous. How dare you compare yourself to a genius from one of the 7 legacy families? Who do you think you are? Yuan was speechless. Why is he being scolded? Did he say something wrong? New novel chapters are published on Lighten/Ovalpub. The sect elder then quickly recorded his name down before tossing the identification token back at him in a disrespectful manner. Yuan stared at the sect elder with a frown on his face after catching the identification token. What are you looking at? You got something to say? The sect elder frowned back. No. Yuan decided that he didn't want to waste his energy on this sect elder and turned around and walked away, not to mention that had already argued with another sect elder not long ago. A few minutes after returning to the tower, Yuan noticed a red light coming from the 52nd floor. Mingyong failed. 52 floors is still an incredible achievement since Head managed to reach the top 200 in the tower ranking. Give him a few more years and he'll definitely reach 75 floors and become a core disciple. A few more minutes later, the entrance to the tower opened, and a handsome young man walked out with a messy and bloodied appearance, looking like he'd been beaten and robbed by a group of bandits. New novel chapters are published on lig/ht/novel/pub. C/OM. Seeing this, Minli turned to look at Yuan and said to him before approaching the tower, I won't lose to you this time, Disciple Yuan. Minli then retrieved her heaven-grade sword and entered the tower. Look! Fairy Mint's going to challenge the tower next. The disciples there watched her enter the tower with admiration in their gazes, and even Mingyong bowed to her despite being injured himself. Good luck, Fairy Min. What floor do you think Fairy Min will reach? Definitely over 60 floors. I am willing to bet that she'll achieve over 75 floors. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the heaven-grade sword in Min Li's grasp. Xiaohua, didn't you tell me before that one must have a sufficient cultivation level before they can wield a powerful treasure or their body will explode? How come she can wield a heaven-grade treasure while being a spirit apprentice? Yuan asked Xiaohua in a low voice. Updated from Light Novel Pub. In most cases, cultivators are only allowed to wield treasures at their level. However, like most situations in the world, there are special cases where people can wield treasures much stronger than themselves. For example, that girl might have a powerful bloodline that allows her to achieve such a feat, or it could be explained by a mythical cultivation technique their family owns, as these kinds of techniques are quite common in the upper heavens, especially for the powerful families, Xiaohua explained to him. Young master, it could also be the weapon itself that's allowing that young lady to wield it despite her lacking cultivation base. After witnessing her strength yesterday, I can confidently say that was not the heaven grade's full potential. I have seen many spiritual treasures in my life, and there exist unique spiritual treasures that have such an ability. Feng Yixiao also gave her 2 cents. And she continued, however, regardless of how she's able to wield it, that young lady will not be able to display that spiritual treasure's full strength until she increases her own cultivation base. I see, thank you for the explanation. Yuan nodded. Once Min Li entered the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, the door closed behind her, and the first floor lightened with a grayish light. A mere minute later, the grayish light on the first floor turned golden, signaling that Min Li had passed the first floor. Wow! As expected of Fairy Min. She's already cleared the first floor. How incredibly fast. Most disciples take nearly 5 minutes on average to finish the first floor. Another minute later, a golden light appeared on the second floor and Min Li ascended to the third floor. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. After spending 10 minutes inside the tower, Min Li ascended a total of 9 floors, shocking the disciples watching outside. Furthermore, more and more disciples gathered at the tower to witness Min Li's spectacle after they learned that she was participating in the tower. On the 10th floor, Min Li took a little over 5 minutes to pass that floor, as she had to fight 2 magical beasts instead of 1 on the 10th floor. Because the difficulty increased with each floor, especially every 10 floors, Min Li needed more and more time to pass each floor as she ascended to the top, and by the time she reached the 19th floor, over 20 minutes had passed. As for the 20th floor, it took her nearly 10 minutes to defeat. Half an hour later, Min Li arrived at the 29th floor, and the 30th floor took her 15 minutes to defeat. This is taking much longer than I'd expected. Yuan thought to himself after realizing how long it took to climb this tower. Guess I'll go get something to eat while she's inside. And with that in mind, Yuan left the scene to look for some food, as he didn't like the idea of just standing around and doing nothing. Chapter 140 Dragon Pavilion. After leaving the area, Yuan went to the Dragon Pavilion that is known for its delicious food, at least that's what the guidebook claimed. This smell is delicious. Yuan's nose twitched with delight when he smelled a sweet and luscious aroma before he could even see the Dragon Pavilion, allowing him to reach the area without using his eyes. A few minutes later, he arrived before this enormous pavilion that had round tables set up everywhere, both inside and outside of the pavilion, almost like a feast, and most of the tables were already occupied by disciples. Wow, this is a restaurant? I have never seen anything like this before. Yuan mumbled in a slightly dazed voice after seeing this place that looked more like a public gathering than anything. Hello. Are you here to dine? One of the disciples suddenly approached him and asked him. Huh? Yuan looked at this young man wearing a banner over his outer court disciple's uniform that read Dragon Pavilion with raised eyebrows. You work here? Even though you are a disciple? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. You must be a new disciple if you're asking such a question. And yes, disciples can work in the sect for contribution points, said the disciple. I see. Yuan nodded as he learned something new again. Anyway, are you going to eat here? The disciple asked him again. Updated from Light Novel Pub/B. Yes, I want to dine here, Yuan quickly nodded. Since you are a new disciple, I can only assume that you don't have a lot of contribution points, and the food here requires you to pay contribution points, said the disciple, and he continued, if you want to use money, you'll have to go to the cafeteria, or you can pay other disciples who have contribution points. How much do they cost? Yuan asked with slightly wide eyes. He has to use contribution points even for food? The common dishes generally cost around 1 to 5 contribution points while the most expensive ones are around 10 contribution points, said the disciple. Oh, then there's no problem, Yuan said with a calm look on his face. You're really going to eat here? The disciple looked at Yuan with slight disbelief on his face. Because the Dragon Pavilion is a luxury, almost all of the disciples that come to the Dragon Pavilion are wealthy disciples that have plenty of contribution points, and most new disciples would rather save their contribution points for something more meaningful than food such as cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. Yes, Yuan nodded. I should have mentioned this early, but you also need 10 contribution points to reserve a table for an hour. If you stay longer than an hour, it'll be another 10 contribution points, said the disciple. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub//com, that's fine. Yuan handed the disciple his gold identification token. G gold. The disciple covered his mouth and exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan's gold identification token. I am deeply sorry for not recognizing you, senior. The disciple quickly bowed to Yuan after realizing that he was before a big shot with a gold identification token. Don't worry about it, Yuan said with a puzzled look on his face. Please follow me, it'll bring you to our best table, said the disciple, and he proceeded to lead Yuan deeper into the pavilion. Sometime later, they reached this secluded and small table that was surrounded by water with colorful fishes swimming within and beautiful flowers and giant water lilies floating around. Wow, what a peaceful and calming place, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he could already feel his mood improving just from being in that atmosphere. Erase the menu, senior. By the way, my name is Chu Bo, said the disciple as he handed a golden menu to Yuan after he sat down. This is it? Yuan was surprised to see only a little over 20 items on the menu. Follow current novels online/novelpub.com, although there are not many choices, I can guarantee you that every dish on the menu is considered as a favorite by every disciple that has dined here before, said Chu Bo. Furthermore, the menu changes every week. Then can I get everything on the menu? Yuan said without hesitation a moment later. Everything? Chu Bo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, and he continued, the portions are not small, senior. A single dish can feed 2 to 4 people. It'll be okay, Yuan said with a smile on his face. I can handle it. I understand. That'll be a total of 124 contribution points. Chu Bo said with his back feeling sweaty, as he cannot imagine spending 124 contribution points on food even if they taste extremely good. Yuan handed Chu Bo his identification token. Once the contribution points were paid, Chu Bo bowed to Yuan and said, thank you, senior, I'll be right back. Once Chu Bo left the scene, Yuan turned to look at the water and watched the fishes swim around elegantly for a few minutes until he noticed a figure suddenly jumping towards the water and landing on one of the giant water lilies floating in the middle of the water, and this figure was a beautiful young lady holding what appeared to be an instrument in her fair hands. Whoa! I have been waiting for this. Someone from the other side of the pavilion suddenly shouted. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com, I came here today just to listen to Fairy Fei's music. Me too. I cannot wait to hear Fairy Fei's Zither music. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing the disciples from around the pavilion. A zither? She's going to play music with that large instrument? Yuan mumbled to himself in a low voice after seeing this unfamiliar instrument, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart afterward. A moment later, this young lady wearing pink robes known as Fairy Fei sat down on the giant water lily with the instrument known as a zither placed on top of her lap, and after taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers on the thin strings and began playing music with it. Chapter 141 Fairy Fei's Zither Performance. The moment Fairy Fei's finger released the string on the zither, a beautiful and clear music note that pulled people's heartstrings resounded in the area, even creating a single ripple on the water that moved like a small wave. Yuan could feel his heart beating faster when he heard this music note, and his eyes narrowed at Fairy Fei's hands that danced elegantly and skillfully on the zither, ignoring her beautiful face and everything else while everyone else was focused on her facial expressions and beauty. What a unique sound and elegant performance. I can feel my mind calming down just from listening to her music, Yuan thought to himself after watching Fairy Fei play the zither for a few minutes. If this Fairy Fei were to perform in his world, she would become an instant sensation around the world with her skills. Excuse me, senior? Chu Bo's voice suddenly resounded in Yuan's ears. Yuan turned around to see Chu Bo standing behind him, and he quickly said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in that young lad's performance." "Huh. Don't worry about it, senior. That's a natural reaction for everyone when they hear Fairy Fei play the zither for the first time," Chu Bo said, and he continued to explain. Fairy Mei is actually a core disciple who often comes to the Dragon Pavilion to practice her zither, allowing the guests to enjoy their food and listen to wonderful music at the same time. Of course, she's also getting paid contribution points for doing this, so she benefits from it too. Anyway, your food will be ready in a few minutes, senior. Please enjoy Fairy Fei's zither play in the meantime." Yuan nodded and returned to watching Fairy Fei play the zither. After watching Fairy Fei's hand movements for a few minutes and memorizing all of her movements, Yuan closed his eyes to fully indulge himself in the music. "I see, so this is how you play the zither," Yuan mumbled to himself as he began imagining himself playing the zither inside his head, imitating Fairy Fei's hand movements while the sounds continued to flow into his ears. Visit l/itnovelpub///com for the best novel reading experience. If one could see inside Yuan's mind right now, they would be shocked to see that all of his hand movements replicated Fairy Fei's movements perfectly despite having his eyes closed. After imagining himself playing the zither for a few minutes, Yuan began moving his hands for real, acting as though he was playing an invisible zither on his lap. When Chu Bo saw this, his eyes widened with surprise, and then he turned to look at Fairy Fei's movements before he returned to looking at Yuan, comparing the two. Heavens! It feels almost like I am seeing Fairy Fei playing the zither before my very eyes when I am looking at him. Chu Bo cried inwardly, nearly mistaking Yuan as Fairy Fei because of his precise and flawless hand movements. This senior is also a zither expert? As expected of someone with a gold identification token. Chu Bo wondered, completely unaware that Yuan is actually a beginner who didn't even know the existence of zither until just a few minutes ago. If Chu Bo had known this fact, who knows how he would react. Sometime later, the food Yuan had ordered arrived at his table, and he began stuffing his face. However, while his eyes and mouth were focused on the food on the table, his ears and mind were completely focused on Fairy Fei's zither music. Sometime later, once Yuan cleaned every single plate on the table with ease, he returned to watching Fairy Fei play the zither with a focused gaze, looking like how he would normally look when trying to learn a technique. Meanwhile, Chu Bo cleaned the table with a startled look on his face, as he has never seen a single person eat so much food and so quickly before. Visit lighten//ovolp/com for the best novel reading experience. An hour passed within the blink of an eye since Yuan came to the Dragon Pavilion, and Chu Bo said to him, "Senior, your time in the Dragon Pavilion is up. However, if you'd like to extend for another hour, that'd be 10 contribution points." "How long does she usually play for?" Yuan pointed at Fairy Fei and asked Chu Bo. "It's mostly random, but usually between 2 to 4 hours, he responded. "There are even times when she'd practiced for an entire day without a break. I guess it all depends on her mood." "I'd like to extend for another hour then," Yuan said as he handed another 10 contribution points to Chu Bo. "Thank you, senior." Chu Bo bowed to him afterward before he returned to standing in the corner to wait for Yuan's orders. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to watching Fairy Fei's performance. "I kind of miss playing instruments." This thought suddenly appeared in Yuan's head after Fairy Fei finished another song. "Even though I used to hate playing the instruments because mother and father always forced me to practice until my fingers bled, after becoming crippled and being unable to even hold an instrument for many years, I am beginning to miss them. Yuan sighed inwardly. Visit/lightnovelpu/b. Calm for a better experience. After watching Fairy Fei for another hour, Yuan decided to leave the Dragon Pavilion and return to the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower to see if Minli was close to finishing. How was your experience being at our Dragon Pavilion for the first time, Senior? Chu Bo asked Yuan afterward. It was great, Yuan said to him, and he continued, especially that young lattice performance. Although there are some flaws, it was a delightful experience overall. Flaws? Fairy Fei? Chu Bo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly speechless. Ting! A sharp music note suddenly resounded, startling everybody that was fully indulged in the music, causing everybody there to turn to look at Fairy Fei, who'd suddenly stopped playing the zither and was looking in a certain direction. Fairy Fei suddenly stood up and carried the zither with her hands before jumping from the giant water lily. Once she had landed somewhere in the Dragon Pavilion, she narrowed her eyes at a handsome young man a few meters away and spoke in a cold voice. I heard what you'd said just now, that my performance is flawed. I would love to listen to the reasoning behind your words. Outer Court Disciple. Oh, shit. Chu Bo unconsciously took a few steps backward when Fairy Fei suddenly appeared before them. The source of this content is lie/novelpub/com. Chapter 142 Playing the Zither. You, who claimed that my zither performance was flawed. What is the reasoning behind such claims? Are you also a zither expert? What qualifications do you have to call me out? Fairy Fei looked at Yuan with narrowed eyes while she stood on the thin railings with perfect balance. Qualifications? Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then he said, although I am not a zither expert, I don't need to be a zither expert to tell that you had made several mistakes in your playing in the last hour. As long as I have enough experience in music, I can tell if something is amiss just by the notes and flow alone, and there were several notes that didn't flow properly during your performance. This disciple. Fairy Fei clenched her teeth tightly after hearing Yuan's words and her eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, but she was not angry at him. In fact, she was surprised that Yuan had managed to notice her mistakes, even feeling a little bit nervous since she has never been caught or called out before, as everyone would just assume that she was perfect. However, she did not want to admit that she, a core disciple, was wrong right before two outer court disciples. What is your name? Fairy Fei suddenly asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan, he calmly responded. Disciple Yuan, right? Since you are so confident that my performance was flawed, why don't you show me how it's done? Fairy Fei then laid her zither on the table and stared at Yuan with a serious look on her elegant face. You have experience in music, right? Surely, you will be able to play the zither better than me if that is the case. Yuan looked at the beautiful zither that seemed to be made of some kind of wood laying on the table with a somewhat dazed look on his face. Although he has never played the zither before, he was not someone who would shy away from something they have never experienced before, especially when it was related to music and instruments. After all, how else will he learn them if not by playing with them? That's what I thought. Even though you may have a sharp intuition for music, you don't have what it takes to play the zither. Fairy Fei smiled inwardly after seeing Yuan's dazed face. For more, visit /lightno/velp/ub.com. Of course, she'd rather if Yuan didn't actually play the zither, as she wouldn't know what to do if he really played the zither better than her. However, little did Fairy Fei know that she'd already dug a deep hole for herself by giving an instrument to Yuan, who was widely recognized by the whole world to be the #1 prodigy in history in the field of music. And when Fairy Fei saw Yuan reaching for the zither, she cried inwardly, he's actually going to play the zither? Fairy Fei frowned before speaking out loud, wait a second. What's the matter? Yuan looked at her with an innocent look on his face, and he continued, you want me to play the zither, right? Although I have never played it before, I should be able to play it to some extent. You have never played the zither before? Fairy Fei looked at him with her clear eyes wide open, as did Chu Bo, who thought he was definitely an expert. Ahem. After a moment of silence, Fairy Fei cleared her throat before speaking in a somewhat stiff voice, and never mind. You can go ahead and play the zither. Okay. Yuan nodded and pulled the zither closer before sitting back down. This content is taken from l/ig/novelpu/b. Yuan then closed his eyes to practice a little bit more inside his head. A few moments later, Yuan opened his eyes again and took a deep breath before he slowly lifted his hands like he was prepared to play the piano. Such calm movements. I would have never thought this would be his first time if he didn't say it. Fairy Fei frowned when she saw Yuan's arm movements before he even began playing the zither. Yuan's finger gently touched one of the strings on the zither, and a single later, ting, an extremely crisp and beautiful sound echoed in the place, creating a calm ripple on the water while causing Fairy Fei's heart to skip a beat at the same time. Another note immediate followed afterward. Ting Yuan began playing the zither with precise movements like a real expert who had years of experience with the instrument, replaying one of Fairy Fei's earlier songs. Updated from lie/novelpub/. C/om. Fairy Fei's jaw dropped when she saw this, and she cried inwardly, This damn brat lied to me. How dare you say this is your first time playing the zither when you can produce such flawless notes? Meanwhile, when the other guests at the Dragon Pavilion realized the music had returned, they immediately mistook Yuan's zither play for Fairy Fei's zither play. Where's Fairy Fei playing from? Why did she suddenly move locations? Who cares where she's playing from? This music is amazing. In fact, I think it sounds even better than just a few moments ago. Perhaps Fairy Fei found a new favorite spot, enhancing her performance. When Fairy Fei heard the other guests' words, she nearly puked out a mouthful of blood on the spot but somehow managed to resist it by clenching her teeth tightly together. Just who is this outer court disciple? If he can dine in this place, he's definitely no ordinary individual. However, I don't recognize him at all. Fairy Fei pondered to herself with a deep frown on her face. The only thing keeping Fairy Fei from losing her temperament was Yuan's unknown identity. Even though Yuan is only a mere outer court disciple, Fairy Fei knew very well that one's outer appearance can be very deceiving and that she shouldn't judge someone just by their looks. After all, no sane outer court disciple would be able to keep calm before a core disciple, much less challenge them in such a manner. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Calm. Chapter 143. Completely absorbed in Yuan's performance. Ting, the music notes from the zither flowed throughout the entire Dragon Pavilion, sounding as though the heavens were singing, and Yuan progressively got better at playing the zither the longer he played it. Within minutes after he touched his first zither, Yuan's skills and movements have already drastically changed, even playing the zither in his own style. This shocked Fairy Fei, who cried inwardly, his hand movements have changed. It looked like he was copying my style at first, but he suddenly started using his own style. What does this mean? Is this really his first time playing the zither? But, that's impossible. A few more minutes later, after playing the final music note in the song, Yuan stopped moving his hands and turned to look at Fairy Fei before speaking. What do you think? Although it was a bit rough, I have managed to play the song properly. Rough? You call that performance rough? Both Chu Bo and Fairy Fei cried inwardly after hearing his words. Fairy Fei stared at Yuan with a profound frown on her face, and she spoke after a moment of silence. Play it again. Excuse me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I said play the zither again. You said I had several flaws in my performance, right? Well, you're going to play every single song that ID made a mistake in for me. New novel chapters are published on lig/tnov/l/pub. I don't mind, but my time at the Dragon Pavilion is already up. Yuan said, mostly because he also wanted to play the zither for a little bit longer after finding out how entertaining it was. Fairy Fei then turned to look at Chu Bo before speaking. I will pay for his extra time. Why yes, senior apprentice sister. Chu Bo nodded nervously. You can stay here as long as necessary now, Fairy Fei said after she returned to looking at Yuan. Yuan nodded and continued to play the zither a moment later, playing a completely different song this time. Ting, this is my original song, Swan Flying Above the Heavens. Let's see if he can play it properly. Fairy Fei proceeded to stare at Yuan with a sharp gaze and without blinking, almost like she couldn't afford to miss even the slightest movement from him. However, the longer she listened to Yuan play, the more Fairy Fei admired Yuan's skills, especially his hand movements, even feeling a little bit agitated that Yuan was playing her original song better than herself. As for Yuan, the more he played with the zither the more comfortable he got with the instrument, and he even started to play the zither with his eyes closed midway through the third song. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Counting once Yuan began playing his fourth song, Fairy Fei took a seat next to him and closed her eyes, fully indulging herself in Yuan's zither play. Very quickly, Fairy Fei found herself completely absorbed in Yuan's performance, feeling as though each music note played by Yuan was massaging her body and mind. The other guests in the Dragon Pavilion also felt the same, and most of them had even stopped eating their food to fully focus on the music. Did Fairy Fei reach a new level with her zither? I have listened to her zither play many times before, but this is the first time I am feeling this way. Yes. I can feel a warm sensation all over my body just from listening to this music. I wouldn't mind spending all of my contribution points if I can listen to this a little bit longer. A little over an hour later, Yuan finished his seventh and final song. I am finished. Yuan turned to look at Fairy Fei and said to her afterward. However, there was no response from Fairy Fei, who was sitting beside him with her eyes still closed, seemingly asleep. New novel chapters are published on /li/gitnovelpub.com. Yuan didn't want to disturb her peaceful mood, so he stood up and quietly walked away. Are you really going to leave her like this? Chu Bo asked Yuan in a low and nervous voice when he noticed that Yuan was leaving. Yes, I have somewhere that I need to be, Yuan responded, and he said, the food was really good. I'll definitely return when I have the time. Once Yuan left the Dragon Pavilion, Chu Bo remained standing in the same spot and patiently waited for Fairy Fei to open her eyes again. However, unbeknownst to Chu Bo, Fairy Fei was actually experiencing enlightenment at this very moment after listening to Yuan play the zither, hence why she remained still even many hours later. By the time Fairy Fei opened her eyes again, Yuan was already long gone. To think I'd experience enlightenment from that outer court disciple's performance. Just who is this young man? Fairy Fei wondered to herself after she emerged from her enlightenment, feeling as though her comprehension with the zither went up by a whole level. Where did that disciple go? Fairy Fei asked Chu Bo with a dumbfounded look on her face when she realized that Yuan had disappeared. That disciple has already left, 6 hours ago. Chu Bo responded with a sweaty back. For more, visit lighten/o/velpub. C///om. What? He actually disappeared without a word? And you just let him leave? Fairy Fei slammed the table with her palms, causing it to tremble. I am sorry, senior apprentice sister. I thought you wouldn't mind, and I didn't dare to make him stay for too long, Chu Bo quickly apologized. What was that disciple's name again? Fairy Fei then asked with a frown on her face. Disciple Yuan. Disciple Yuan. Do you know anything about him? His background? Anything at all? Fairy Fei asked Chu Bo, and no. Chu Bo quickly shook his head. I only know that this is his first time at the Dragon Pavilion and that he's a new disciple. First time at the Dragon Pavilion? So he listened to my songs for the first time today? And he somehow managed to play it so perfectly? Fairy Fei's jaw dropped to the floor when she realized the real situation. Disciple Yuan. Disciple Yuan. Just who are you? Fairy Fei stared at the zither on the table that had a lonely aura to it, almost like the zither was also upset that Yuan had left it behind. Chapter 144. I want to know more about him. I ended up staying at the Dragon Pavilion for longer than I'd intended. I hope I don't get scolded for suddenly disappearing after signing up for the challenge. Yuan mumbled to himself as he power walked back to the Carp, leaping over the Dragon's Gate Tower after leaving the Dragon Pavilion, silently hoping that Minli was still inside the tower. What the heck? When Yuan returned to the tower, he was shocked by the progress Minli had made during the 3 hours that had disappeared, and to his surprise, Minli was only on the 43rd floor. It took her over 3 hours to progress a little over 10 floors? Just long will this challenge take? Yuan cried inwardly. After standing around for a few more moments, Yuan approached one of the nearby disciples before asking him, "Excuse me, fellow disciple. How long does it usually take for one to come out of the tower?" The disciple looked at Yuan before speaking. "Well, it depends on how far they climb. Most people will come out after a couple of hours. However, because this is Fairy Min that we're talking about, it'll probably take a few more days before she comes out." A few days? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing this, as he truly didn't expect it would take this long. The disciple nodded and said, "Some disciples even stay inside the tower for an entire week, as they spend all 15 minutes to rest on each floor after defeating it. If I knew it'd take this long, would have stayed at the Dragon Pavilion to play the Zither some more." Yuan sighed inwardly. "Oh well. Guess I'll cultivate in the real world while I wait for Disciple Min to come out." Follow current novels on lee/gt//novel/ub. With that in mind, Yuan logged off the game and began cultivating in the real world. Meanwhile, news of Fairy Fei's breakthrough spread throughout the sect like wildfire, causing the Dragon Pavilion to have an influx of guests for the next few days as everybody and their mother wanted to listen to Fairy Fei's Zither play. However, to the disciples' disappointment, Fairy Fei stopped showing up at the Dragon Pavilion for an entire week after her breakthrough, even though she would normally show up twice a week. As for what Fairy Fei was doing during this time, she went around the sect looking for information about a new outer court disciple named Yuan, but alas, no matter how much she searched or how many sect elders she asked, none of them seemed to know a disciple named Yuan. How is it possible that nobody knows him? If he can dine at the Dragon Pavilion, surely he must be someone with important background. Furthermore, the disciple who served him said that he had a golden identification token. Fairy Fei sighed, feeling dejected that she could not learn anything about Yuan. "What's the matter, Disciple Fei?" A mature figure suddenly approached Fairy Fei from behind and asked her. Fairy Fei turned around to see Elder Xian standing behind her. Disciple greets Master Xian. Fairy Fei greeted her. The source of this content is /lightnov/lpub. Elder Xian nodded and continued, "You seem to have a lot on your mind. Perhaps I can assist you. Do you know of a disciple by the name of Yuan?" Fairy Fei asked her. "I have asked multiple sect elders already, but none of them seem to know this outer court disciple." "Why Yuan?" Elder Xian looked at Fairy Fei with wide eyes. "How did Yuan attract a core disciple's attention already? Can you tell me a little bit more? Why are you bothering yourself with an outer court disciple?" Elder Xian asked her a moment later, pretending as though she didn't know Yuan, and she was curious about her disciple's relationship with Yuan. "Well, this happened at the Dragon Pavilion not long ago." Fairy Fei proceeded to recall what happened at the Dragon Pavilion to Elder Xian. She spoke of Yuan's characteristics, his seemingly unfathomable background, and his amazing Zither skills that helped her gain enlightenment. Elder Xian listened to Fairy Fei with a loose jaw, as she would have never imagined that such a thing could have happened between the two of them. Yuan is not only a cultivation expert but also a genius with the Zither. And to think Disciple Fei, a core disciple, would receive enlightenment from listening to his Zither music. Just what kind of entity is he? Elder Xian wondered to herself. "What do you think, Master Xian? Do you know of this disciple?" Fairy Fei asked again afterward. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. A profound smile appeared on Elder Xian's face, and she spoke, "Who knows? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. If this outer court disciple is as amazing as you described him to be, you'll definitely meet him again in the future. Anyway, I am currently very busy running errands for the sect master. I'll talk to you later, Disciple Fei." And without giving Fairy Fei a chance to respond, Elder Xian disappeared from the place, dumbfounding Fairy Fei. So Master Xian knows this outer court disciple, but why isn't she telling me anything and purposefully hiding his identity? I want to know more about him. No. I need to know more. Fairy Fei mumbled to herself in a resolute voice, as she feared that she might not be able to sleep peacefully if her curiosity for Yuan's mysterious background is not settled. Meanwhile, after cultivating for 2 days straight in the real world, Yuan returned to the cultivation world to see where Minli was at for the tower. 76 floors? Yuan mumbled after seeing a golden light coming from the 75th floor, indicating that Minli had passed that floor. Look! Fairy Min did it. She actually managed to pass 75 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. And she's still only a spirit apprentice. Ha ha ha. I'm so glad that I dropped everything I was doing to come here to witness this grand occasion. As expected of Fairy Min. Her talent is simply otherworldly. She will definitely have a limitless future. The disciples there celebrated Min Li's achievements as though it was their own. Visit Light/Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. Chapter 145 Challenging the Tower. Another hour after Min Li reached the 75th floor, a golden light emitted from the 77th floor, indicating that she had passed that floor as well. Wow! 77 floors on her first try. As expected of Fairy Min. She has taken first place in the rankings. Fairy Min is currently the highest climber out of all outer court disciples. I find it crazy how Shed decided to challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower only 2 days after Shed become a disciple. Only someone from one of the 7 legacy families would dare to be so bold and confident in their abilities. However, little did these disciples know that the reason Min Li challenged the tower was not because of the tower itself but because of a certain outer court disciple. Furthermore, this outer court disciple had left midway through her challenge to eat food and play the Zither. If Min Li knew that Yuan had cared so little about her performance, it would definitely deal a lot of damage to her confidence and pride. About another half an hour later, the 78th floor glowed a bright light. However, it was not a golden color like everyone had expected but a bright red color instead. Oh no! Fairy Min could not pass the 78th floor. All of the disciples there released a saddened noise after seeing this red light. Does this mean she's finally finished? Yuan thought to himself. Updated from Light/Novel Pub. A few minutes later, the door to the tower opened, and Min Li slowly walked out with messy hair and shabby clothes, looking very similar to the disciple that had challenged the tower before her. When the disciples there saw her rough appearance, they immediately approached her with medicines and recovery pills in their hands. Congratulations on passing the 77th floor and reaching first place, Fairy Min. You are now guaranteed to become a core disciple once your cultivation base reaches the Spirit Warrior realm. You can have this high-quality recovery pill, Fairy Min. It'll instantly heal all of your injuries and restore your spiritual energy. Do you want some water, Fairy Min? I happen to have some right here, give me a break. Min Li suddenly shouted, causing the disciples around her to scramble away after staring at her for a good 2 seconds. Once she finally had some room to breathe, Min Li retrieved a white pill from her spatial ring and tossed it into her mouth before she drank some water. A few moments later, the small injuries on her face and limbs began disappearing, and even her breathing gradually became calm again. After Shed made a complete recovery, Min Li searched the crowd for a certain individual. Once she saw Yuan's face, a prideful smile appeared on her face. The source of this content is lightnovel/pub/com. Let's see if you can beat me and how long it'll take you. She said to herself inwardly. Seeing Min Li smiling at him, Yuan thought to himself, it should be my turn to challenge the tower now, right? After all, I did register my name after Disciple Min. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the tower while everyone else was still focused on Min Li, sneaking into the tower without attracting anyone's attention, except Min Li who had kept her gaze on him the entire time. Did someone just enter the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower just now? Who was it? One of the disciples there suddenly said when he noticed the door closed behind him. Who cares, honestly? I'd only come here for Fairy Min and nobody else. He went inside. Minli thought to herself after seeing Yuan enter the tower. How about a celebration at the Dragon Pavilion, Fairy Min? It'll be my treat, of course. A few handsome-looking inner court disciples approached Minli and offered her free food at the Dragon Pavilion, yet Minli didn't even bother to glance at them and said, "No thank you, I am busy right now." Busy, you say? Follow current novels on light/novel/ub/c/om. The inner court disciples were dumbfounded by her response. Other than standing there and staring at the tower, she didn't look busy at all. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan had just arrived on the first floor that was more spacious than it appeared from the outside, resembling an empty dojo. Welcome to Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. A notification appeared before Yuan a few moments after he entered the tower. Initializing character evaluation completed. The tower's difficulty has been adjusted to Dragon. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the difficulty. He wondered how difficult Dragon was, how many difficulties existed in this challenge, and what difficulty Minli had to deal with. A few moments later, a list of rules appeared before Yuan. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Dragon difficulty, Challenger has 10 minutes to pass each floor or the Challenger will automatically fail. Challenger is limited to 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors. Magical beasts will start from first level Spirit Warrior. Magical beasts are extra sturdy. Magical beasts are extra powerful. Magical beasts will have significantly increased strength, speed, and defense. A powerful magical beast will appear every 10 floors. All medicine, pills, and resources that affect the challenger's body or cultivation will be restricted. New novel chapters are published on light/novelpub/. A few moments later, Yuan could feel his suppressed aura returning to normal, most likely because the tower had sealed the pill of concealment. Not that it affected Yuan in any way because his cultivation didn't change. Trial will begin in 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, Yuan prepared himself by retrieving both of his soul weapons, wielding the Empyrean Overlord with his hands, and controlling the Starry Abyss with the Flying Dagger technique, allowing him to use both soul weapons simultaneously. Once the 30 seconds were up, an ape-like magical beast suddenly appeared in the middle of the and roared, emitting an aura that was equivalent to a cultivator at the first-level Spirit Warrior realm. However, Yuan didn't even blink from the pressure it emitted and immediately controlled his Starry Abyss to strike the magical beast like it was a training puppet. Whoosh! Boom! A gaping space appeared in the magical beast's head as the Starry Abyss ripped a clean hole in its face with ease, clearly the first floor in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 146 20th Floor. You have passed the first floor. Please ascend to the next floor within 10 seconds or you will automatically fail the trial. What? That was easy. Yuan mumbled to himself in a surprised tone when he defeated the monster with such ease. Well, this is the first floor, after all. A few seconds later, Yuan ascended to the next floor by walking up the staircase not far away from him. However, he didn't immediately reach the second floor and entered the resting area that was between the first and second floor instead. You have entered the resting area. The timer will begin when you begin to cultivate. Yuan ignored the resting area and proceeded to the second floor. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the disciples there were dumbfounded when the first floor glowed a golden light so quickly. What? Whoever is inside has already passed the first floor? But that's too quickly even for the first floor. Not even Fairy Min cleared it that fast. The disciples outside were dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. Maybe that disciple had used his most powerful technique from the start. That would explain it. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. What a waste of energy. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. Who uses their strongest attack on the first floor? However, not even a minute later, the second floor glowed a golden light. What? Head past another floor so quickly already? Is he trying to exhaust all of his spiritual energy before he reaches the 10th floor? Half a minute later, another one. He's on the 3rd floor already. Another half a minute later, again? This disciple clearly doesn't understand how the tower works. The disciples were slightly shocked, as they cannot imagine what must be going through the mind of the disciple challenging the tower right now. The source of this content is lig/novel/pub/. 3 more minutes later, the 9th floor glowed a golden light. Heavens! This disciple. He's not even taking any breaks in between each floor. Ha ha ha. It'll give him 20 floors maximum before he gets kicked out of the tower for exhausting his energy. 20? You're being too generous. I bet that idiot won't even make it past the 10th floor. Ha ha ha. While the disciples laughed merrily outside the tower, inside the tower, Yuan had just stepped onto the 10th floor. You have 10 minutes to defeat the magical beasts. Once the magical beasts appeared, 2 of them for the first time, the timer began. 9:59 updated from /lightnovelpub. 9:58, 9:57, 9:56, 2 monsters, huh? They're still only at the 2nd level spirit warrior realm, though. Yuan then controlled the starry abyss to kill one of the magical beasts while he pounced at the 2nd magical beast with the Empyrean Overlord raised. Bloody sword strike. The large sword glowed a red color, and, whoosh. The entire floor shook when Yuan sliced the magical beast in half like a sharp knife cutting through tofu before hitting the floor. However, there was surprisingly no damage done to the floor despite being struck by Yuan, which is one of the reasons why Yuan hasn't been minding his own strength too much. The most up-to-date novels are published on l/itnovelpub. After passing the 10th floor, Yuan continued to the 11th floor. Congratulations on reaching 10 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have weak regeneration. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. The trail for the 11th floor will begin in 10 seconds. A massive green mantis appeared in the center of the room 10 seconds later and stared at Yuan with an intimidating gaze while emitting an aura close to the 4th level of the spirit warrior realm. From the 2nd level to the 4th level? I might have to fight spirit masters later at the higher floors. Yuan swallowed nervously before controlling the starry abyss to attack the green mantis. Whoosh! However, to his surprise, the green mantis was defeated as easily as the monsters from the previous floors. The source of this content is lightnov/pub/. Maybe it's not as difficult as it appears. Yuan thought to himself as he continued to ascend the tower with relative ease, and he proceeded to slay the magical beasts on each floor with the same speed as he did from floors 1 to 10. When the disciples saw how quickly Yuan ascended from the 11th floor to the 20th floor, they were all gobsmacked. Good Lord! Where is this disciple getting his energy from? He rushed from the 1st floor to the 20th floor in less than 10 minutes. That's freaking ridiculous. Disciple Yuan. Minli stared at the tower that was 1/5 lit up with golden lights with a nervous frown on her face. 20 floors in 10 minutes. Are you really that confident in your own abilities or are you simply being reckless? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Yuan did not immediately attack the magical beasts that had just spawned and merely looked at them with a surprised look on his face, as had seen these monsters before. Demonic spiders? 2 of them at the 5th level spirit warrior realm? Seeing these 2 demonic spiders, Yuan immediately recalled what happened not long ago at the demonic spider's silent cave and sighed, if only I was able to save that man's daughter. A few seconds later, Yuan rushed at the demonic spiders without using the starry abyss or the flying daggers technique, as he had a personal grudge with demonic spiders and he wanted to vent a little. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Boom. The entire floor shook violently as Yuan tore apart one of the demonic spiders with ease. After killing the first demonic spider, Yuan turned to look at the second with a calm but slightly cold look on his face. To think I was somewhat fearful of you not too long ago. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he casually approached the demonic spider that could not speak like the one had encountered outside. Ka. The demonic spider quickly raised its front legs that resembled scythes and slashed them at Yuan's face. Whoosh! Yuan used the phoenix movement technique to dodge the incoming attacks with ease before appearing behind the demonic spider. Die. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Boom. The floor shook once again as Yuan slashed the demonic spider with the Empyrean Overlord vertically, slicing it cleanly in half. You have passed the 20th floor. Chapter 147. This place is now off limits. After reaching the 21st floor, the difficulty adjusted once again. Congratulations on reaching a total of 20 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have weak physical damage resistance. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. When Yuan saw the notification this time, he didn't react much and patiently waited for the magical beasts to spawn. 10 seconds later, a magical beast with an aura at the 6th level Spirit Warrior realm spawned in the middle of the room, and Yuan immediately slew it with the Starry Abyss like usual. Half a minute later, he cleared the 22nd floor. Another half a minute later, the 23rd floor glowed with a golden light. 24. 25. 26. Yuan arrived at the 30th floor 5 minutes later and then defeated the 2 7th level Spirit Warrior magical beasts there within a single minute, ascending to the 31st floor. Updated from lightnovelpub //com. Congratulations on reaching a total of 30 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have weak spiritual damage resistance. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. However, despite the difficulty adjustments, Yuan didn't feel its effects, almost like there were no changes at all, and he continued to ascend the tower at record-breaking speeds. After spending a total of 30 minutes inside the tower, Yuan has managed to reach the 51st floor after defeating the magical beasts on the 50th floor that were at the 9th level of the Spirit Warrior realm, climbing half of the tower. Congratulations on reaching a total of 50 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have moderate regeneration. Magical beasts will now have moderate physical damage resistance. Magical beasts will now have moderate spiritual damage resistance. This content is taken from lightnovelpub/c/om. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased moderately. Yuan expected the monsters on the 51st floor and onward to be at the Spirit Master realm, but to his surprise, the monsters remained at the peak of the Spirit realm even after the 60th floor. Maybe the tower is only limited to monsters below the Spirit Warrior level? That would make sense since most disciples are only spirit apprentices, and it would be ridiculous if the tower makes these spirit apprentices fight spirit masters. Thus, Yuan continued speeding through the rest of the tower with barely any breaks in between the floors, and he only began taking breaks before the boss room after reaching the 70th floor, mainly because the trial was so easy that had gotten bored of it. Meanwhile, outside the tower, hundreds of disciples stared at the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower that had 75 floors glowing with a golden color with gawking expressions on their faces, as they have never witnessed such an incredible sight before. Furthermore, none of the disciples there have spoken a single word after Yuan passed the 50th floor, and they only stared in silence as they witnessed an unprecedented event. This disciple Yuan. Damn it. Why are you so damn talented? This isn't fair. Min Li cried inwardly when Yuan passed her record and ascended to the 78th floor. Yuan's performance at the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower was so shocking that it reached the ears of most disciples in the sect and even many sect elders, causing more people to show up at the tower to witness the spectacle. What? Some unknown disciple managed to ascend over 70 floors in less than an hour? How is that fucking possible? One of the sect elders directly cursed when he heard this news. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Another sect elder directly spat the tea in his mouth back out when he learned about the situation. Fuck. Did a core disciple sneak inside the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gates in the outer court or something? I don't believe that an outer court disciple will be able to achieve such feats. The news had spread so fast that it reached even the ears of Long Yuan and the other high-ranking sect elders. What? Who could possibly? When Long Yuan wondered which disciple was responsible for this commotion, the image of Yuan's face immediately appeared in his head, causing him to facepalm loudly. Pa! It's definitely Disciple Yuan. I cannot imagine anyone else doing anything close to this. Long Yuan thought to himself, and he decided to personally head to the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower. This is definitely Disciple Yuan's doing. Elder Xian sighed when he heard the news from Bai Ling. What should we do? Bai Ling asked. Visit lig/h/novelpub.com for a better experience. Fortunately for us, nobody seems to know who is challenging the tower, so we can still avoid Disciple Yuan's identity and talent from being leaked before the mystic realm. However, we won't be able to hide the fact that a disciple with monstrous talents has appeared in our sect, so we need to prepare for that. Elder Xian said. And he continued, I'm sure the sect master is already heading to the tower as we speak, but he'll also go just in case. I'll come along too, said Bai Ling. Thus, Long Yijuan and many high-ranking sect elders appeared at the tower sometime later, and by the time they arrived at the tower, there were less than 10 floors left in the tower, leaving them speechless. Heavens! Don't tell me he's going to set another precedent by becoming the first person to defeat all 100 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower? Even the founder only managed to pass 99 floors. Long Yijuan cried inwardly as a golden light emitted from the 94th floor. Once Yuan stepped onto the 95th floor, Long Yijuan and the other high-ranking sect elders began dispersing the crowd at the place, as they didn't want Yuan's identity to leak so quickly. This place is now off-limits. You all have 30 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I will punish you for disobeying the sect master's direct orders. Long Yijuan's voice boomed in the area, startling the disciples there. You heard the sect master. Everyone, scram. Bai Ling also shouted at them. Very quickly, the disciples there began scattering like a group of scared ants, disappearing from the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower and emptying out the area in the time it would take Yuan to finish many floors, less than a minute. Updated from live/novelp/ub. Com. Chapter 148, the 100th floor. Once all of the disciples left the scene with the sect elders remaining, Long Yijuan turned to look at the low-ranking sect elders and shouted, This includes the sect elders. Or are you trying to tell me that you're not disciples? The sect elders there immediately began sweating and ran away in a hurry, silently wondering to themselves why they couldn't be there as well. What the heck? We're sect elders, right? Why can't we be there as well? One of them asked after they were all very far away from the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate tower. Why are you asking us? Do we look like the sect master to you? Another one said. I wanted to know who was inside that tower, though. What about the record book? Surely, we can find out if we look at whoever signed up for the tower, right? You're right. There's the record book. Who is in charge of that this week? That would be Elder Bao, right? But I don't see him here. Meanwhile, the disciples were also complaining to each other. Why were we chased away? What's wrong with seeing the person inside the tower? Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Who knows? Maybe you should ask the sect master afterward. Do you think I have a fucking death wish? Well, eventually find out. There's no way someone so talented can be kept hidden for long. Back at the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate tower, Long Yijuan and the other high-ranking sect elders there all stared at a middle-aged man who was soaking in cold sweats at this moment. Let me see the record book. Long Yijuan extended his hand to the sect elder who managed the records. Here you go, sect master. Elder Bao handed the book to Long Yijuan with trembling hands, and he recalled how had disrespected the young outer court disciple who signed up after Min Li to fuck. I am so fucking dead. If they learn that I've offended the person inside the tower right now, they will eat me alive. Elder Bao cried inwardly, feeling like he'd fall unconscious from fear at any moment. A few moments later, Long Yijuan mumbled, I knew it. It's Disciple Yuan that's inside right now. Did you even need to look at the book, sect master? I'm pretty sure we already knew. Elder Shan said with a smile on her face, and she turned to look at the tower and continued to speak. Do you think he'll achieve 100 floors? New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. We already know that he's more talented than the founder, so that's very likely, said Elder Xian. Anyway, you are sect Elder Bao, right? Bai Ling approached him and asked. That's right, Elder Bao quickly nodded. Bai Ling then placed his large hands onto Elder Bao's shoulders firmly before speaking in a serious and deep voice. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Elder Bao. The disciple who entered this tower, Disciple Yuan, you will not reveal any information about him no matter what. In fact, you can forget about what happened here today, do you understand me? Elder Bao immediately nodded his head, shaking his sweat all over the place. However, Elder Shan approached them and said, I don't think he understands, Elder Bai. We need to ensure that he doesn't forget it by next week. Elder Bao looked at Elder Shan's beautiful face with wide eyes filled with shock and fear. What is she going to do with him? You don't have to bully him, Elder Shan. I'm sure we can trust Elder Bao to keep something this small as a secret. After all, he wouldn't be a sect elder if he couldn't. Xian Ming shook his head and said to her, subtly threatening Elder Bao's position as sect elder. I won't say anything. I swear, seniors. I didn't see or hear anything today. In fact, I wasn't even here today. Disciple who? I don't even know what you're talking about. Elder Bao quickly exclaimed, feeling as though there were knives around his neck at this moment, and a single wrong word might get him killed. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. See? Elder Bao understands. Xian Ming laughed out loud afterward. Whatever. Elder Shan no longer cared about Elder Bao and turned around to continue watching the tower. You may leave now, Elder Bao. Long Yijuan said to him, who immediately scrambled away in a heartbeat, like a rabbit running away from a group of tigers and lions. So this is the Disciple Yuan that I have been hearing so much about from you guys. I thought you were all exaggerating, but alas, it seems like I am still a frog in a well. One of the high-ranking sect elders there suddenly spoke, as he wasn't there when Yuan introduced himself. Welcome to Disciple Yuan's talent show, Elder Zhou. Just wait until he clears the 100th floor, that's when the real show begins. Elder Shan chuckled in a cute manner. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan has just reached the 99th floor. Congratulations on reaching the 99th floor. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have superior regeneration. Magical beasts will now have superior physical damage resistance. Visit lightnovelp/ub/com for the best novel reading experience. Magical beasts will now have superior spiritual damage resistance. Magical beasts will now have powerful intimidation aura. Magical beasts will now have powerful damage mitigation. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increase significantly. The number of magical beasts in the room has increased to 99 monsters this time, huh? Yuan smiled bitterly when the number of monsters doubled compared to the previous floor, and they were all at the peak of the spirit warrior realm. Yuan raised the Empyrean Overlord and charged at the group of magical beasts with a calm expression on his face, and the starry abyss followed him from behind for a second before it shot itself forward and began slaying the magical beasts with ease. A couple of minutes later, all 99 magical beasts were slain by Yuan. You have passed floor 99. Proceed to the final floor and prepare to challenge the Great One. This content is taken from lightno/velpus/b. Yuan's eyebrows raised in a surprised manner when he saw this notification. The Great One? I'll have to fight that dragon? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to defeat a dragon that's countless times larger than myself and can even destroy stars with a mere gaze? Yuan cried out loud. Chapter 149 The Great 1-Inch S Challenge. Look! Disciple Yuan has passed the 99th stage. He's going to challenge the final floor now. Bai Ling pointed at the tower and shouted in excitement despite the other people there already realizing this because they had been watching the tower this entire time. What kind of challenge do you think exists on the final floor? Elder Shan asked out loud. Who knows, I have only reached the 83rd floor myself. Xian Ming shrugged. The sect master also only reached the 92nd floor. Besides the founder who stepped onto the 100th stage, I don't think anyone else knows what exists on the 100th floor, and the founder didn't leave behind any notes about his experience in the tower except a single word, terrifying, said Long Yuan with a serious look on his face. Terrifying, huh? If even the founder who is known for being fearless finds the 100th floor terrifying, just what could possibly exist on the 100th floor? I cannot wait until Disciple Yuan comes back outside. Elder Shan sighed. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan rested for 15 minutes in the resting area before walking up the stairs and entering the 100th floor. And to his surprise, when Yuan stepped onto the 100th floor, he was greeted by a clear blue sky and a seemingly endless arena that stretched to the horizon, almost like had been teleported from inside the tower to another world that was made of a single stage. Yuan looked down, and sure enough, the staircase head just walked on had suddenly disappeared. You have entered the 100th floor. Follow current novels on l/itnovelpub. A powerful presence emerges from the void. Whoosh. A massive black portal suddenly appeared a few miles away from Yuan, and a long figure emerged from the portal a few moments later. This long and golden figure looked exactly like the Great One from the Tablet of Comprehension, but it paled in comparison in size and was no longer as enormous as the previous version that could block even entire stars with its mere body. However, that is not to say the dragon wasn't huge, as it was taller than even the highest buildings in Yuan's world with the thickness of multiple trains combined together. Congratulations on reaching the 100th floor, human. You are the second person to have reached this far, and it has been over 100,000 years since the last visitor stepped onto this floor. The Great One glared at Yuan with its large golden eyes and spoke to him as though it was their first meeting. You don't remember me? Yuan couldn't help but ask the dragon. Remember you? Why would I remember someone I have never met before? The dragon was puzzled by Yuan's words. After all, even if it has been 100,000 years, it wouldn't forget someone when it has only met one other person beside him. So you're not the same Great One as the one from the Tablet of Comprehension? Yuan continued to ask due to his curiosity. The Tablet of Comprehension? Let me take a look at your body. Visit /light/nov/lpub. For a better experience. The Great One suddenly flashed its eyes, and a golden light entered Yuan's body. You already have my seal of approval? The Great One mumbled in a speechless voice, as it planned on giving Yuan the seal of approval if had passed the trial by beating the 100th floor. But now that Yuan already has the seal of approval, it has made this entire trial pointless. Yes, the other Great One gave it to me after I'd won a bet, Yuan said to the Great One. The Great One turned silent for a few moments before speaking. Since you've already received the approval from the other me, I don't see a point in continuing this trial. But why? I came all the way up here, too. Yuan exclaimed in a dumbfounded voice. Did he really just climb 100 floors for nothing? The Great One then continued, I have taken a good look at your body just now, and as much as I hate to admit it, despite being a first-level spirit master, I do not believe I have the capability to defeat you, who has 2 soul weapons and phoenix blood mixed in your blood, not to mention the 2 powerful presence I can feel hidden somewhere within your body. Although I am the same Great One as the one you met in the Tablet of Comprehension, I am merely an illusion who has had its real powers limited to the level where it would make defeating this tower near impossible but also not truly impossible at the same time. Even if you say that, what are you going to do now if you're not going to fight me? Yuan asked. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/gt/novelp/ub/. The Great One began pondering again. After all, it cannot just let Yuan pass without giving him a trial. A few moments later, the Great One spoke again. How about this? In order to pass this floor, I will have you fight against 100,000 magical beasts at the peak of the Spirit Warrior realm. 100,000 magical beasts? Yuan's mouth dropped to the ground, as that amount was 1,000 more than what had to fight on the 99th floor. While I can handle 100 magical beasts with ease, I definitely won't have the energy to defeat 100,000 magical beasts at once. This is definitely an impossible task. Don't worry, I will make sure you have an ample amount of time to complete this challenge, as this is more of a test of endurance than your strength and talents, and you have already proved yourself in the other aspects. I shall bend the rules of this tower and give you unlimited time for this challenge because of the unexpected situation. Furthermore, I shall give you the ability to temporarily pause the challenge at will so that you can rest whenever you are exhausted or need a break. However, you are only allowed a total of 24 hours of rest time. Once you use up all 24 hours, you'll have to fight until you either defeat all 100,000 magical beasts or until you cannot go on and fail the challenge. Chapter 150 100,000 Magical Beasts. 24 hours of rest time and unlimited time to defeat 100,000 magical beasts. Yuan pondered with a frown on his face. Since he can pause the challenge whenever he wants, it wouldn't affect his time in the real world, unlike the Tablet of Comprehension. However, it will still take a very long time for him to kill 100,000 magical beasts, perhaps even days. What do I get for completing this challenge? Since you changed the original trial, I should get something in return, right? Yuan asked the Great One. If you manage to pass this trial of mine, I shall grant you the key to the treasure room in the Dragon Temple. Since you have the seal of approval, I'm sure you intend on going to the Dragon Temple anyway in the future to try and obtain my legacy. Inside the treasure room, you'll find a few things that ID left behind before I ascended from this world and traveled to the upper heavens, and while there may not be much inside, each treasure will surely assist you in your cultivation path immensely. A dragon's treasures, huh? Yuan nodded, as he cannot help but be curious about what a dragon would consider as treasures. Then, I shall begin whenever you are ready. Yuan took a few deep breaths before speaking in a resolute voice. I am ready. Very well, the Great One's challenge will begin shortly. 0:10, 0:9, new novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. 0:8, 0:7. Yuan swallowed nervously as the seconds counted down. Once the timer reached 0, Yuan suddenly felt the ground shaking a little bit. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw a black line suddenly appearing at the horizon, and this black line gradually grew larger and larger, and the earth shook harder and harder in response. Very quickly, the black line transformed into a black sea, and Yuan could see a wave of magical beasts charging towards him like an army of ants at war. Holy, this is much scarier than ID thought. Yuan cried inwardly, and his entire body trembled while all of his hair stood up like a porcupine when it's threatened. This is too much. They will definitely flatten me before I can even do anything. Don't worry, young master. As long as you use the movement technique, it won't matter how many enemies there are, you'll be able to avoid them all flawlessly. Feng Yixio's voice resounded in Yuan's head. Visit Light Novel Pub, for a better experience. Oh, right. I nearly forgot about that. Yuan thought to himself. Xiaohua's voice resounded next. Brother Yuan, don't forget about the heavenly domain. You can use it to suppress the magical beasts' movements, which will make it easier for you to dodge their attacks and slay them. Yuan nodded, and he was no longer fearful of the sea of magical beasts swarming towards him. This kid. I can see why the other me gave him the seal of approval. You don't see this type of talent often even in the upper heavens. The Great One thought to itself as it watched Yuan adjust to the atmosphere and emit a powerful aura that was not befitting of someone at the Spirit Warrior realm, as his aura was stronger than even most cultivators who'd just reached Spirit Master. Brother Yuan, you can also use Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike. Although it'll consume a lot of your spiritual energy, it'll be worth it since there are so many magical beasts bundled up together. Thank you for the advice, Xiaohua. Yuan suddenly straightened his back and held the Empyrean Overlord like a knight before raising it high into the sky. After charging the Empyrean Overlord with a portion of his spiritual energy, the Empyrean Overlord began emitting a bright golden light that was almost too blinding to look at. What kind of technique is that? This aura. Could it be a divine rank martial technique? The Great One was surprised to see someone as young as Yuan learn a divine rank technique and even reached such mastery with it. The source of this content is lighten/o/vel/pu/b. Of course, if the Great One had known about what happened at the Tablet of Comprehension, it wouldn't care about a measly divine rank technique. Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord horizontally, sending a massive beam of light towards the army of magical beasts. Boom! The entire world shook as the heaven-splitting sword strike disintegrated thousands of magical beasts in a single strike. You have slain 4,420 magical beasts, 580 remaining, heavens. The Great One exclaimed in a shocked voice when it saw the raw destructive power of the Yuan's divine rank technique. Is that really a divine rank technique? To display such powers when he's only a spirit warrior, this must be one of the strongest divine rank techniques out there. However, despite killing over 4,000 magical beasts in a single strike, the Black Sea did not seem to have diminished even slightly, and they continued to charge at Yuan. Visit lighten/ov/e/lp/ub.com for a better experience. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan decided to use the technique again to lower the numbers again. You have slain 5,110 magical beasts, 70 remaining, and again, heaven-splitting sword strike. You have slain 4,975 magical beasts, 95 remaining. Yuan continued to use heaven-splitting sword strike until a dozen times later when his spiritual energy lowered by half. For more, visit li/novelpub.com. 321 remaining. In just a few minutes, Yuan had managed to cut the number of monsters he needed to hunt in the trial by half. This human is a monster. Why does he have so much spiritual energy? If it were any ordinary spirit warrior at his level, they would only be able to use such a powerful skill once or twice, yet this human managed to release over a dozen of them. It seems like I have underestimated him still. If I'd known about his power, I would have made him kill 1 million magical beasts instead of 100,000, which is looking incredibly easy for him right now. The Great One cried inwardly, but alas, even it could not stop the trial once it began. Chapter 151 Unique Ability. After slaying over 50,000 magical beasts with the Empyrean Overlord, Yuan received an unexpected notification. Congratulations! Your soul weapon Empyrean Overlord has absorbed enough life force and leveled up. Your Empyrean Overlord has unlocked a new unique ability. Empyrean Overlord Level 1 Rank, Soul Weapon, Growth Rate, Very Slow, Requirement. Unique Ability. Amplify the power of all sword techniques by 100% when wielding this sword, 100%? Does this mean all of my techniques will double in power? That's overpowered as heck. Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice, but he didn't have the time to think about it too much as the magical beasts continued to approach him. For more, visit lig/novelpub.com. Once the magical beasts were close enough, Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, creating a golden circle around him that extended for a dozen meters, slowing and suppressing everything within the circle to a certain extent. Another divine rank technique? And it's even a restriction technique. The Great One was dumbfounded once again after seeing Yuan use a second divine rank technique. I have looked at his bones, and he should be no older than 18 years old, yet he's already learned 2 divine rank techniques and can use them with such proficiency. This human's comprehension ability is shockingly high. The Great One thought to itself, unaware that Yuan had also learned its dragon's gaze from the tablet of comprehension. Meanwhile, Yuan used the flying daggers technique with the starry abyss to slay the magical beasts that ignorantly entered the heavenly domain only to have their movement speed significantly decreased, even feeling as though they were suddenly carrying a large boulder behind their back. Shaw! Whoosh! The magical beasts dropped like flies as the starry abyss flew around in a circle, instantly killing the magical beasts. And because the flying daggers is only a mortal rank technique, it required very little spiritual energy to maintain, allowing Yuan to use it effortlessly and continuously. As expected of a soul weapon, it can rip apart magical beasts with ease despite using only a mortal rank technique, and by the looks of it, that soul weapon is still in its infancy period. I can only imagine how powerful it'll become once it grows up alongside a monster like this human. The Great One said inwardly. Whoosh! The most up-to-date novels are published on lighten/o/velpub. Yuan swung the enormous sword in his grasp effortlessly at the magical beasts that the starry abyss could not reach in time, cutting down even magical beasts twice his size with a single swing. Blood sword strike. The Empyrean overlord emitted a powerful aura that did not exist before. Boom. You have slain 23 magical beasts, 48, 124 remaining. However, despite the heavenly domain slowing down the monsters and Yuan killing the monsters at a rapid rate, there were simply too many magical beasts, and Yuan was surrounded by them a little later. Though, it was not as though Yuan was in any danger, as the magical beasts were still restricted by the heavenly domain, so even if they wanted to attack Yuan, they would be too slow for him, who had a divine rank movement technique allowing him to dodge the magical beasts despite being attacked by many of them at once. When the Great One saw this, its eyes widened again, and it mumbled to itself, that movement technique. Why does he know a movement technique meant for phoenixes? Does it have anything to do with the phoenix blood that's in his body? This human is full of surprises and mysteries. I'm sure the real me in the upper heavens would love to meet someone like him. For more, visit lightnov/elpus/b/com. 2 hours of non-stop action later, Yuan shouted, Great One. How do I pause this trial? I need a break. Just say pause trial. The Great One responded. Yuan then shouted, pause trial. The moment Yuan spoke these 2 words, almost as though time itself had stopped, all of the magical beasts' movements came to a sudden halt, looking like they'd frozen in time. 23:59:59, 23:59:58, 23:59:57. Don't forget, you only have 24 hours to rest. The Great One said to him afterward. Yuan immediately sat down to cultivate and recover his exhausted spiritual energy. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Whoosh. A few seconds after Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, the spiritual energy in the area could be seen rushing towards Yuan at a rapid speed, almost like he was a black hole sucking all of the spiritual energy around him. The Great One was speechless after seeing this, and it mumbled, a pure body that doesn't contain any impurities. Did he also consume the translucent dew of flawlessness? What is someone like him doing in the lower heavens? One would have trouble finding the things had somehow managed to obtain even in the upper heavens. After resting for a few hours until half of his spiritual energy returned, Yuan stood up and asked the Great One, how do I resume the trial? Just say resume trial. Yuan nodded and prepared himself mentally before saying the word. Trial will resume in 3 seconds. 2. The most up-to-date novels are published on lee/gitnov/lpub/com. 1. The moment the trial resumed, almost as though time began flowing again, the magical beasts began moving and continued to attack Yuan. After fighting the monsters again for a few hours, Yuan paused the trial again to rest, and he repeated this process until it was time for him to log off for dinner. Pause trial. Yuan then stood up and said to the Great One, I'll be back after dinner. When Yuan logged off and disappeared before its eyes, the Great One raised its eyebrows in a puzzled manner. However, it didn't say anything and merely closed its eyes and patiently waited for Yuan to return. Once had returned to the real world and Yu began her routine, Yuan recalled his experience for the day to Yu while she cleaned his body and fed him soup. He spoke about playing the Zither at the Dragon Pavilion, climbing the Carp, leaping over Dragon's Gate, and needing to defeat 100,000 monsters to pass the final trial. Chapter 152 Perfect Concealmen. The Zither, huh? Yu mumbled after hearing about this instrument from Yuan, and she said a moment later, people used to play those instruments in the ancient times if I remember correctly, but it's rarely played today. What? Why did people stop playing them? It's such a wonderful instrument that can invoke one's inner feelings with a single note. Yuan asked in a surprised voice, as he couldn't understand why people suddenly stopped playing the Zither. I'm not too sure either, but I can look it up online if you want. Yu said to him. Okay. Give me a moment. Yu pulled out her smartphone and did a quick search on the web. Zither. Yu released a surprised voice. What is it? Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked her with his interest piqued. Well, it says that the reason people stopped playing the Zither was due to some curse. It doesn't make any sense, Yuro said. Curse? The source of this content is light/novelpub/com, yes. They say those who play the Zither are cursed with a fate worse than death. Yuro said. What the heck? Do people actually believe in that crap? I can't believe it. To think they'd abandon such a wonderful instrument because of a mere curse. If I'd known about this instrument before, I would definitely have made it my main instrument. Yuan sighed loudly. Well, at least you get to play the instrument in the game, right? Yuro said to him. I guess. But after learning about the Zither, I cannot help but wonder what other instruments I can play in the game. While I am no longer a musician, playing the Zither had flared some sort of flame in my body. I think, really? Now I have another thing to look forward to inside the game, seeing you play the instruments again. Maybe you can even become a famous musician in the game. Yuro said. Famous musician, huh? I think I've had enough of that life, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Oh, right. Yuro realized that she'd opened an old wound for Yuan and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I got too excited again, don't worry about it. Although I don't plan on becoming famous, I do want to play the instruments at times. But you're already famous, brother. You're player Yuan, the #1 player in the world right now. Yuro said. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Me? The #1 player? On what basis? Yuan asked, since he cannot imagine how he'd be the #1 player in the world when he hasn't really been doing much besides enjoy the game at his own leisure. On what basis, you say? By your progress, of course. Most players in the world are still learning mortal rank techniques, yet you've already learned your first ancient rank technique and even a couple of divine rank techniques. Your cultivation base is also vastly superior compared to the other players. I see. But I don't really care if I'm the #1 player or not, I just want to enjoy the game. Yuan said. I know you wouldn't care about something like this, but the other players care, especially the Legacy family. That's why they're all looking for you, said Yuro. What will they do even if they find me? Yuan asked. They'll probably ask you to join their family and share your secrets with them so that they can also progress as fast as you in the game. Secrets? There are no secrets, though. I just play the game normally. Yuan sighed. Nobody would believe that, brother. I also wouldn't have believed it if I didn't know you. What a pain in the ass. I hope they'll never find me so that I can continue playing the game peacefully, Yuan said a moment later. Follow current novels on lighten/ovalpub, /. C///om, I also hope the same, brother. By the way, Yuro, I left you at Phoenix City, right? Will you be okay by yourself? I will be fine. Not only do I still have the 100,000 gold that was given to me by Xiao Hua, but I also have a friend from school who's also in Phoenix City, and I'd promised to play with her this weekend. A friend, huh? That's nice. Yuan said. I'll introduce her to you one day in the future, brother. She's a really sweet and elegant girl. Okay. Sometime later, Yuro asked him, You're going to play tonight, right? After all, you still have that trial. Yes, I only have 24 hours of pause time. If I sleep now, I will probably fail the challenge. Okay, I'll leave you alone then. Good luck, brother. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Once Yuro left the room, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online and took a few minutes to prepare himself before he began slaying the monsters on the 100th floor until the morning came and he had to pause the trial again for breakfast. Meanwhile, waiting outside the tower, Yuan and the other sect elders were puzzled, even slightly nervous. What's happening in the tower right now? It's been over a day since Head entered the 100th floor, yet he's still not done. Elder Shan spoke out loud. Who knows what he's doing inside, but I have never seen anyone remain on a single floor for so long before. Yuan said. And he continued, anyway, there's nothing we can do right now but until the 100th floor flashes either a red or golden light. Thus, they continued to wait for Yuan's result. Inside the tower, Yuan continued to slay monsters for a few hours before pausing the trial and resting until half of his spiritual energy was restored so that he could continue fighting. On the third day, a notification appeared before Yuan after he slew his 90,000th magical beasts. Congratulations! Your soul weapon Starry Abyss has absorbed enough life force and leveled up. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. The Starry Abyss has unlocked a new unique ability, Perfect Concealment. Starry Abyss, level 1 rank, soul weapon, growth rate, very slow, requirement. Unique ability, Perfect Concealment. Use spiritual energy to turn the weapon invisible and conceal its presence flawlessly at will. Chapter 153, Clearing all 100 floors. Perfect Concealment, huh? Let's try it. Yuan then activated Perfect Concealment for the Starry Abyss, and just like the unique ability's description, the Starry Abyss suddenly became invisible with its presence and aura completely concealed. However, in Yuan's eyes, the Starry Abyss was not completely invisible, as he could still sense his own spiritual energy around the Starry Abyss. With that being said, for the magical beasts and even the Great One, it felt like the Starry Abyss had suddenly disappeared from this world, almost like it ceased to exist. I can no longer feel the presence of the second soul weapon. It must have the ability to conceal itself. This is an extremely powerful ability even for a soul weapon. The Great One narrowed its eyes on Yuan, but alas, it could not sense the Starry Abyss no matter how much it tried. He can now kill even spirit masters without alerting them. What a terrifyingly powerful soul weapon. Where on earth did he obtain it? If the Great One knew that such a powerful soul weapon had once belonged to a family of mortals, it would definitely freak out. Whoosh! 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 Now that the magical beasts could not even see or detect the Starry Abyss, they had become absolutely defenseless and powerless under its attacks, and they could only stand there and wait for their turn to be killed. The speed at which Yuan killed the magical beasts suddenly doubled with the Starry Abyss unique ability unlocked, and he killed the remaining 10,000 magical beasts in just a few more hours. The source of this content is lig/htn/ovalpub.com. Meanwhile, Long Yijuan and the sect elders waiting outside were almost shaking from anxiety. It's been 4 days since Disciple Yuan stepped onto the 100th floor, yet he's still inside. I wonder if something happened inside. Long Yijuan mumbled with a nervous frown on his face, as he cannot even begin to imagine losing someone as talented as Yuan in just a few days after Head joined the sect. I hope it's nothing serious. Maybe it's like the Tablet of Comprehension, where he is given a week to finish. Elder Xian sighed, trying to convince himself that nothing had happened to Yuan. Can one even die inside the tower? Elder Shan suddenly asked. The magical beasts inside are merely illusions. Although they can hurt you slightly from the impact, they cannot kill you. At least I have never heard of a disciple dying inside the tower before. The tower won't allow a disciple to die while inside. It will automatically stop the trial if it deems the disciple to be in a dangerous situation. Long Yijuan said. But things could be different on the 100th floor. Bai Ling said. After all, none of us have been to the 100th floor before, so we cannot rule out that possibility. The place immediately turned silent. However, the very next moment, the tower suddenly began trembling. What's happening? New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. Before anyone there could even react, the 100th floor emitted a golden light, and a semi-transparent golden dragon suddenly escaped the tower and appeared in the sky directly above the Dragon Essence Temple, shocking all of the disciples there and even people outside the sect. This golden dragon flew a few circles around the Dragon Essence Temple before flying higher into the sky and disappearing from the people's view. However, a sound that resembled a dragon's roar could be heard a few moments later that echoed thousands of miles away, sending chills down the spine of everyone that heard it. Heavens! What on earth was that just now? Long Yijuan cried out loud afterward, feeling his body rapidly heating up and his heart throbbing like war drums. Meanwhile, disciples all around the Dragon Essence Temple could all see a golden tower standing majestically in the outer court, as the tower itself had suddenly changed appearance too. Look over there. That's the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. The highest floor is emitting a golden light. Does this mean someone had managed to clear all 100 floors in the tower? Impossible. Who could have done such a thing? Nearly every disciple in the sect began making their way to the outer court to see what was going on and witness for themselves the disciple who'd managed to achieve this incredible feat. Just like the Tablet of Comprehension and the Silver Tree, the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate has also become golden. Elder Xian exclaimed. He really did it. Disciple Yuan really defeated all 100 floors in the tower, becoming the first person in history to achieve such a grand feat. Long Yuan stared at the tower that had all 100 floors emitting a golden light with a gawking look on his face. Updated from Light Novel Pub, /C/OM, Sect Master, this is going to be troublesome. I have just received intel that many powerful figures from the other elite sects are approaching the Dragon Essence Temple. Bai Ling suddenly said to him. Furthermore, the disciples from the inner court are also heading to this place. What a pain in the ass. Long Yuan immediately retrieved his jade slip and activated it with his spiritual sense before speaking in a loud and domineering voice. This is the sect master speaking. Any disciple that approaches the Carp leaping over Dragon's Tower will immediately have their disciple status stripped regardless of their status. This includes sect elders too. I repeat. Stay away from the tower. Long Yuan broadcasted his voice throughout the sect to every disciple like some sort of in-game announcement, and all of the disciples that wanted to approach the tower immediately halted their movements and no longer dared to continue forward. Dealing with the disciples in the sect isn't much of an issue, but for those outside the sect, we'll have to prepare for them. Elder Xian said. It is what it is. I knew Disciple Yuan wouldn't be able to keep his talents hidden for long, but we'll still try our best to protect his identity until the Mystic Realm opens. Once that happens, the people managing the Mystic Realm will definitely be able to protect him. Long Yuan said. And he continued, Elder Xian, stay here until Disciple Yuan comes out. As for the rest of us, we are going to prepare for our guests. Yes, Sect Master. Visit live/novelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Chapter 154 Dragon Temple Treasure Key. Inside the tower, Yuan was bombarded with notifications after completing the challenge by defeating 100,000 magical beasts. Congratulations! You have passed the 100th floor of Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate in Dragon difficulty, clearing the trial. Congratulations! You have completed the hidden quest Dragon Trial. You have obtained the title Dragon Warrior. Congratulations! You have slain a total of 100,000 monsters. You have obtained the title Elite Monster Slayer. Because of your title Elite Monster Slayer, all of your damage dealt to monsters will be increased by 50%. Monsters will feel more pain from your attacks as your damage to them increases. Your comprehension for flying daggers has reached a new level. Flying daggers, rank, mortal. For more, visit light/no////b.com, mastery level 3, description. Control your daggers with spiritual energy and send them flying through the battlefield, slaying your enemies from a distance. Chi consumption will vary depending on how many daggers you control at once and its speed. So you've finally defeated all 100,000 magical beasts, huh? I knew it would have happened sooner or later, but I would have never even imagined that you'd clear the trial with such ease. Congratulations, you have become the first person to completely clear the dragon trial, and as promised, I shall bestow you the key for the treasure room now. The Great One opened its eyes widely, and a golden beam pierced Yuan's head the next moment. You have obtained Dragon Temple Treasure Key. A few seconds later, the Great One blinked, causing the beam to disappear. You now have the key to the treasure room, said the Great One. Now you just need to enter the Dragon Temple and reach the treasure room, which will also be a challenge itself. Thank you, Yuan said. No, I should be thanking you. Thank you for coming here and entertaining me. I wonder how many more years I will have to wait until the next person reaches the 100th floor again. Not that it really matters for me since I am merely an illusion, so the flow of time doesn't exist for me. For more, visit lighten/o/velpub. One more thing. I'm sure that you already have been told about this by the other me, but I'd like to repeat it again. I want you to meet the real me in the upper heavens. If you obtain the legacy within the Dragon Temple and find the real me, you'll be given wealth and treasures that normal people cannot even begin to imagine. Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely try to look for the real you once I reach the upper heavens." The Great One then said, "Very well. The farewell, young genius. You are now being teleported to the first floor." A few seconds later, Yuan disappeared from the 100th floor and reappeared on the first floor again, feeling as though everything that just happened was merely a dream. Once Yuan was gone, the Great One looked at the seemingly borderless sky and mumbled in a solemn voice, "He will definitely shake the entire cultivation world with his talents in the future if he hasn't already by now. However, the more talent he has, the more difficult his cultivation path will be, and I truly hope that he'll manage to survive until he meets the real me. I shouldn't do this, but I really want you to meet the real me, so I shall make this an exception and give you an extra reward." The Great One suddenly began glowing and disintegrating into tiny lights like a bunch of scattering fireflies, flying towards the sky and disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, as Yuan approached the exit that was also the exit, the walls in the room began glowing, and tiny golden orbs of light emerged from the walls before flying towards him. New novel chapters are published on light/no//velpub. What is happening? Yuan watched as the golden orbs floated towards him before going inside his body. You have absorbed a massive amount of qi. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6th level Spirit Warrior, +3, 500 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior, +4000 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. New novel chapters are published on l/itnov/lpub. You have reached 8th level Spirit Warrior, +4, 500 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 9th level Spirit Warrior, +5000 stats. 7 for 51000/19, 691, 520,000 qi and 9th level Spirit Warrior. Yuan was speechless after realizing that had suddenly gained 4 cultivation levels without doing anything. Now even if he has the pill of concealment, he would still be at the 2nd level of the Spirit Warrior realm, which is pretty attention-grabbing for a mere outer court disciple. I'll have to talk to Senior Xian or one of the sect elders about this. Yuan sighed as he opened the door and walked outside the tower. Follow current novels on lighten/ovalpub. And to his surprise, almost like Elder Xian had heard his sigh, Yuan could see Elder Xian standing in front of the tower and staring at him with an intensive gaze. "Senior Xian," Yuan called out to him, but alas, before he could even finish speaking, Elder Xian ran in front of him and grabbed his clothes before running away while dragging along like some kind of toy. "I don't have time to explain right now. Just be quiet and come with me," Elder Xian said to Yuan in an urgent voice, dumbfounding him. A few minutes later, they arrived at some unfamiliar building in the inner court and entered the building. What's going on, Senior Xian? Why did we have to run like we're being chased by monsters? Yuan asked him afterward. Why, you ask? It's all because of you. Elder Xian sighed out loud after locking the door. Me? Did I do something wrong? Yuan asked him in a baffled voice, as he doesn't recall doing anything too crazy. Visit Light Novelpub, C/OM for the best novel reading experience, Aya. Even though Wed told you to remain low-key until the Mystic Realm, you just had to go and show off your talents at the tower, huh? Elder Xian shook his head before taking a seat on the couch. Sit down. I'll explain the situation to you right now. Chapter 155: A Dangerous Situation. Once Yuan took a seat, Elder Xian continued to speak. Because of your performance at the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, it has caught the attention of many, and experts from the other elite sects are currently approaching the Dragon Essence sect even as we speak. Is that so? Yuan mumbled in a calm voice, clearly still unable to grasp the situation at hand. Elder Xian shook his head and sighed. I know you probably don't understand the dangerous situation you're in right now, so I'll explain it to you again. Do you remember what we told you about remaining low-key until the Mystic Realm? If you're too talented, people will become jealous, and they will do everything in their power to destroy you so that you won't become a threat in the future. However, at the Mystic Realm, if you can attract the attention of the people managing the event, they will be able to protect you, and you might even be able to ascend to the next realm, Spirit Heavens. This place we are currently in is called the Lower Heavens, and the next realm is called Spirit Heavens, where cultivators above Spirit Grandmaster exists. Elder Xian said. Anyway, that isn't important right now. What's important is your safety, Disciple Yuan. The other sects will definitely pressure us into revealing your identity, but you can rest assured that we give your name to them even if we have to fight. I'm sorry, Senior Xian, I didn't think that I would cause such a commotion by participating in the trial, as I was only trying to experience the sect like a normal disciple, Yuan sighed afterward. Elder Xian immediately became speechless. Indeed, it wasn't Yuan's fault for going to the tower, as every disciple will eventually challenge it at least once. And nobody could have predicted that Yuan would clear all 100 floors, nor could they have predicted that the tower would react in such a manner when someone cleared the 100th floor, as it has never happened before. You don't need to blame yourself for this, Disciple Yuan. We want you to continue to experience life as a normal disciple even after this, but you should avoid things in the sect that has a ranking. Elder Xian said. As for the other elite sects, they will only pressure us, and I doubt there will really be any fighting because our Dragon Essence Temple isn't weak, and the others know of this. They won't risk going to war with us over a single disciple, especially if they don't know your identity. Updated from Lightno/Velpub. Calm, if the sect is really in trouble because of me, I will do something about it myself, Yuan suddenly said. Huh? What do you mean by? Elder Xian's eyes suddenly widened as head just realized the aura coming from Yuan. Second level spirit warrior? But you should have consumed the pill of concealment. Does this mean you're actually at the peak level now? 9th level spirit warrior? Elder Xian exclaimed in a shocked voice, as he could have never imagined that Yuan would increase his cultivation level by 4 whole levels in a single day. Is this the result of clearing all 100 floors in the tower? Elder Xian couldn't help but ask. Yuan nodded and said, I think so. Can you tell me what you'd experienced in the tower? Especially on the 100th floor. Okay. Yuan then recalled his experience in the tower to Elder Xian. Dragon difficulty? Only 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors? 100,000 magical beasts at the peak spirit warrior realm? Elder Xian began sweating midway through Yuan's experience. Heavens! I don't think I would be able to defeat 100,000 peak level spirit warrior magical beasts in such a short time even at my current level. Yet this young man who was only at the 5th level spirit warrior realm at the time was able to achieve such an incredible feat in 4 short days. Elder Xian looked at Yuan with deep admiration within his gaze. Updated from Lightno/VE///pub. Calm, to think you'd experienced such a journey. It's no wonder the founder called the 100th floor terrifying. Elder Xian sighed, completely unaware that the founder had another challenge, which was much easier than the one Yuan had to endure because Yuan didn't mention the Great One changing the challenge for him. Anyway, I will let the sect master know about this once he's done with our guests. In the meantime, you can stay here until they leave. Elder Xian said to him. I don't want to risk anything. Okay. Once again, I apologize for the trouble. Yuan said to him. There's no need for you to apologize, as this is simply how the cultivation world works. Elder Xian said to him before leaving the building to group up with Long Yijuan and the other sect elders so he can assist them in case anything happens. Once Elder Xian was gone, Feng Yixio's voice resounded, Don't worry, young master. If anyone dares to try and harm you, I will burn them alive until there's nothing left of them, not even their bones. You don't need to worry about protecting Brother Yuan because Xiaohua alone is enough to protect him. Xiaohua said afterward. Won't it be problematic if a spirit king like you suddenly starts killing cultivators in the lower heavens? You might even invoke a heavenly tribulation. Feng Yixiao said. I think it would be safer if I, a spirit grandmaster, protects the young master. After all, I am more than enough to protect him from most threats in the lower heavens. You don't have to worry about Xiaohua. Xiaohua has permission to be in the lower heavens, and killing a few cultivators won't affect Xiaohua, she responded in a calm voice. Why are we even competing with each other about who should protect the young master? Feng Yixiao sighed. New novel chapters are published on li/tn/ov/lpub. Meanwhile, in the sect master's headquarters, Long Yijuan sat in his chair while the other sect elders stood beside him like a group of bodyguards, and sitting before them was a group of spirit master experts, each of them wearing uniforms belonging to a different sect. Chapter 156 Blessing in Disguise. Welcome to the Dragon Essence Temple, esteemed guests. How may I help all of you today? Long Yujin spoke with a friendly smile on his face, acting like he didn't know why they were there. You don't have to play dumb, Sect Master Long. You know exactly why we are here. Spare the ignorance and let us get straight to the point. One of the experts there suddenly said in an arrogant voice. The friendly smile on Long Yijin's face immediately disappeared, and he responded in a cold voice, Then I will be as straight as a sword. You lot coming here was a waste of time. I won't tell you anything, so you can all return to your sects now. Thank you. Don't be like that, Sect Master Long. We are only here because we are concerned about the phenomenon that happened in the Dragon Essence Temple not long ago, said a different individual. Concerned? About what? Why does whatever happens in the Dragon Essence Temple concern the Golden Hand Mountain or any of you for that matter? Long Yijuan said with a puzzled look on his face. Cut the crap, Sect Master Long. We didn't waste transportation treasures to come here just to go back empty-handed. Which disciple cleared all 100 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? We all saw it on our way here, a golden tower with all 100 floors emitting a golden light. And who told you to use those transportation treasures? I don't recall inviting any of you to the Dragon Essence Temple. Perhaps I am truly getting old. Long Yijuan cleaned his ears with his pinky. You damn old fart, the experts there gritted their teeth in irritation. They knew that it was going to be incredibly hard to get Long Yijuan to open his mouth, especially when this is related to someone talented enough to make history, but they didn't expect it to be this difficult. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Don't worry, you'll get to meet with this genius at the Mystic Realm in a month. Ha ha ha. Long Yijuan laughed out loud, and the sect elders standing beside him couldn't help but lose their composure and giggle like little kids in a serious classroom. So what if he's slightly talented? That's not saying much since he's from this place. I doubt he'll be able to affect the Dragon Essence Temple's ranking in the Mystic Realm even if he can clear all 100 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate. In fact, I bet my disciples will be able to do the same. One of the sect masters there suddenly exclaimed. Oh. Is that so? Are you willing to bet on that? Long Yijin's eyes suddenly flickered with profoundness. When the sect master saw Long Yijin's confident grin, he said, Good. What do you want to bet on? Long Yijuan suddenly retrieved his spatial ring before taking out a beautiful golden sword from within, and he said afterward, I will bet this dragon-slaying saber that none of your disciples will beat 100 floors. The dragon-slaying saber? You're really going to bet that? The people there were greatly shocked by Long Yijin's offer, and they all swallowed nervously when they felt the overbearing aura emitting from the golden saber. The dragon-slaying saber is a divine-grade treasure that has been passed down from sect masters to sect masters in the Dragon Essence Temple, and it was unthinkable to them that Long Yijuan would be bold enough to gamble such a precious treasure. Ha ha ha. Good. Since you're so confident, I shall also be confident. The other sect master also retrieved his spatial ring before taking out a long green spear. That's the divine bamboo spear. Sect Master Wang is also going to gamble his divine grade treasure. The most up-to-date novels are published on lighten/o/velpub/. Hey. Let me join. I also want my disciples to participate in this fun. Another sect master suddenly said. What are you talking about, Sect Master Chang? How are we going to split the dragon-slaying saber if you join? We can worry about the share later. Sect Master Chang laughed. Long Yijuan laughed inwardly when he saw these sect masters acting so confident that they would win. If clearing all 100 floors of the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower was so simple, he wouldn't dare to gamble with the dragon-slaying saber. Ha ha ha. These fucking idiots. If the founder, who was widely known as the #1 genius in his era, couldn't clear the tower, what makes these idiots think their disciple can? Long Yijuan tried his best to not burst out laughing, as this was an incredible chance for him to earn 2 divine-grade treasures at once. Since it's like this, I also want in. Another person there suddenly stepped forward. Me too. Fuck it. Since you're all going in, I'll also put my foot forward. Updated from Lee/Gitnov/Lpub. Come in just a few minutes. All of the guests there have decided to send their disciple to the Dragon Essence Temple to challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Meanwhile, the sect elders from the Dragon Essence Temple looked at each other with disbelief in their gaze. Are they really going to earn this much treasure from this event? Perhaps this event is actually a blessing in disguise. What about it, Sect Master Long? Are you willing to let our disciples challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? If you win this bet, you'll get to obtain many divine-grade treasures and other priceless artifacts. If you lose, you'll only be losing 1 divine-grade treasure. How do I know that you'll keep your words if I actually win? I want a blood oath from everyone participating in this. Long Yijuan suddenly exclaimed. What? You want our blood oath? The other sect masters there looked at each other with a surprised expression on their face. If you can't do it, then you can forget about participating in the event, Long Yijuan spoke with a firm look on his face, causing the others to frown. Chapter 157 Blood Oath. When the sect masters there hesitated after hearing the words blood oath, Long Yijuan coldly sneered, "It appears that you guys are all bark and no bite. Forget it. I never expected much from a bunch of spineless old frogs anyway." Wait a damn second, Sect Master Long. Who are you calling spineless? Since you are so confident, then watch as my disciples wipe that smug off your damn face. And I am well aware of what you're trying to do here. Don't think you can earn so many treasures so easily, because as long as a single disciple from one of our sects manages to clear all 100 floors, it'll be our victory. Sect Master Wang exclaimed. Long Yijuan nodded and said, I don't mind. However, each sect can only bring 3 disciples to participate. After all, I don't have the time to let every disciple in your sect challenge the tower. 3 disciples from each sect, huh? What do you guys think? Sect Master Wang turned to look at the other sect masters. Humph. You're being more generous than I'd anticipated, Sect Master Long. To think you'd be generous enough to give each of us 3 chances instead of just 1, I will bow to that. However, you have just dug yourself an even deeper hole by giving us more chances. Since that's the case, I am willing to do a blood oath. Me, too. Especially if only a single disciple is needed to clear all 100 floors. A few moments later, Long Yijuan then said, Very well. Then let me be the first to do my blood oath. Long Yijuan suddenly stood up and used the dragon-slaying saber to cut a small opening in his thumb before speaking out loud while staring at the ceiling. Long Yijuan, under this blood oath and with heaven as a witness, swear that if a single disciple from the sects that belong to these individuals before me manages to clear all 100 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit my dragon-slaying saber. Long Yijuan allowed a droplet of his blood to fall on the floor after his sentence ended, but surprisingly, the blood did not touch the floor and splatter as one would expect. Instead, the blood went right through the floor and disappeared somewhere. I have done my blood oath. If you dare to participate in this bet, swear a blood oath. Long Yijuan looked at the sect masters there and spoke in a domineering voice. This content is taken from lightnov//l/pub. Sect Master Wang then stepped forward and swore, Wang Mingqing, under this blood oath and with heaven as a witness, swear that if none of the disciples from our sect can clear all 100 floors of the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit this divine bamboo spear in my hands. Sect Master Wang dropped his blood onto the floor, and it also disappeared into the floor like Long Yijian's blood. Another sect master there stepped forward and began another blood oath. Shanghai, under this blood oath and with heaven as a witness, swear that if none of the disciples from our sect can clear all 100 floors of the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit this blood moon cleaver. In just a few minutes, nearly every sect master there swore a blood oath. What are you guys waiting for? If you guys participate, we'll have more chances. Even if we have to share the dragon-slaying saber with all of us here, it will definitely be worth it. And there's simply no way that our disciples won't be able to clear such a childish trial. Sect Master Wang looked at the rest of the sect masters there that didn't want to participate and encouraged them. However, these sect masters remained hesitant and suspicious about the whole situation. While none of them knew just how difficult the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower truly was, they could feel an ominous feeling coming from Long Yijian's nonchalant expression. Screw it. If you're too afraid to participate, then don't. It just means that we'll have fewer people to share the wealth with afterward. Sect Master Wang sneered. So a total of 4 sects will be participating in this bet, huh? Very well. Send your disciples here to challenge the tower before the end of the month, as I'd rather have this resolved before the Mystic Realm begins. Humph. Don't worry, they'll definitely be here to take away your dragon-slaying saber. Sect Master Wang said before turning around and leaving the place. This content is taken from l/itno/velpub. C/om, make sure you clean that dragon-slaying saber before you hand it to us, Sect Master Long. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Chang laughed out loud as he walked away. Sometime later, once the guests were long gone, Long Yijuan returned to his seat and closed his eyes, seemingly deep in his thoughts. The sect elders also took a seat in their own chairs. A few moments later, everybody in the room burst out laughing collectively. Ha ha ha. These idiots really believe that their disciples can clear all 100 floors in the tower. These fucking idiots have no idea what they're going up against. Bai Ling laughed out loud. We've really struck gold this time. To think we'd earn 4 divine grade treasures without needing to do a damn thing. This is practically free money. Xian Ming slapped his legs as he laughed hysterically. Sometime later, Elder Shan spoke. Although obtaining 4 divine grade treasure is a good thing, Sect Master Wang and the others definitely won't forfeit their treasure so easily. We can expect some hostility from them afterward. Elder Shan is right. Long Yijuan nodded and continued, they'll definitely do whatever they can to retrieve the treasures once they lose it, so we'll have to prepare for that. Luckily for us, even though they're also elite sects, they aren't powers that we cannot handle, and I doubt they are going to immediately start a war with us over a divine grade treasure. Chapter 158, 9th Level Spirit Warrior. What happened here? Where are the guests? Did they leave already? Elder Xian showed up at the scene a few minutes after the other sect masters left. Oh, Elder Xian. You've missed it. The Dragon Essence Temple is about to be rich. Bai Ling said to Elder Xian with a broad smile on his face. Rich? How so? Elder Xian sat down before looking at Bai Ling with raised eyebrows. Well. This is what happened while you were away. Bai Ling proceeded to explain to Elder Xian what had transpired not long ago, about how the other sect masters have decided to send 3 disciples from each sect to challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, and if none of the disciples can clear 100 floors, they will each forfeit a divine grade treasure. However, if a single disciple from any of the participating sects manages to clear 100 floors in the tower, the Dragon Essence Temple will forfeit the dragon-slaying saber. Heavens! You actually dared to use the dragon-slaying saber in a gamble, Sect Master? Elder Xian looked at Long Yijuan with disbelief on his face. The dragon-slaying saber is one of few precious treasures left behind by the founder over 100,000 years ago before his disappearance, and it was unthinkable that Long Yijuan would dare to risk it in a gamble. Though, unless they have someone even half as talented as Disciple Yuan, they will struggle to reach even the 99th floor. As for the 100th floor, ha ha ha. That's plain impossible unless they're as talented as Disciple Yuan. Elder Xian laughed. Everybody in the room looked at Elder Xian with wide eyes, as this is the first time they've seen him laugh in such a manner. New novel chapters are published on light/novelpoo/b/com. Elder Xian, did you perhaps ask Disciple Yuan about the 100th floor? Elder Shan asked him. I certainly did. And it shocked me speechless when I heard about his experience in the tower. Elder Xian continued to laugh. Stop teasing us and share it with the rest of us already. What kind of challenge exists on the 100th floor? Long Yijuan said to him. Elder Xian nodded and cleared his throat before he recalled what Yuan said to him. Not only did Disciple Yuan have to ascend the tower at the highest difficulty set by the tower, but he also had to slay magical beasts at the spirit warrior level on every single floor. Furthermore, he only had 10 minutes to clear each floor or he would automatically fail the challenge. To top it all off, he was only allowed 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors. Heavens! What kind of ridiculousness is that? Even I didn't have such restrictions when I challenged the tower. Long Yijuan exclaimed in a terrified voice. Me neither. I had 15 minutes to rest after every floor, and I had unlimited time to clear each floor. 10 minutes per floor is simply impossible for me, especially after the 70th floor. Bai Ling said. Did you forget how fast Disciple Yuan cleared the tower? Not including the 100th floor, he did it in only a couple of hours. It took me nearly an entire week to reach the 85th floor. Elder Shan sighed with admiration in her gaze. What about the 100th floor, Elder Xian? Xianming asked him. The most up-to-date novels are published on lies/tn/o/velpub.com, the 100th floor. Elder Xian took a deep breath before speaking in a slow but clear voice, Disciple Yuan. He had to defeat a total of 100,000 peak-level spirit warrior magical beasts. 100, what? Everybody in the room exclaimed in a terrified voice, sounding like they'd just witnessed their ancestor climbing out of their tomb. Not only did he have to defeat 100,000 magical beasts, but he also only had 24 hours to rest. Once he uses up that 24 hours, he would no longer be able to rest. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't dare to claim that I can achieve such a feat at my current level even if you gave me a week of rest time, and I am a spirit master whilst Disciple Yuan is only a spirit warrior. Elder Xian shrugged. A 5th level spirit warrior defeating 100,000 peak spirit warrior. I am beginning to believe that Disciple Yuan might belong to one of the 4 ancient families. Bai Ling mumbled. 4 ancient families? I doubt even they would have someone as freakish as Disciple Yuan. This young man is probably an immortal in disguise. Xianming spoke with a sweaty feeling. It's no wonder the founder called it terrifying. I wouldn't dare to step on the 100th floor even if I can now that I know what's waiting there. Elder Shan sighed. 100,000 magical beasts. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. There's absolutely zero chance for those idiots now. Long Yijuan stood up and burst out laughing like some kind of maniac. Sometime later, Elder Xian spoke. Oh, right. One more thing. You're going to have to give Disciple Yuan an even stronger concealment pill, Elder Shan. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Why? Elder Shan raised her slender eyebrows. Because he is now at the peak of the spirit warrior realm. I think clearing the tower had significantly improved his cultivation base. Elder Xian said. Peak of the spirit warrior realm? Elder Shan stood up from shock, as did the other people there. But he's only like what? 18 years old? That's ridiculous. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Master before the Mystic Realm even opens. Xian Ming mumbled in a dazed voice. Luckily for us, the Mystic Realm doesn't limit participants by their cultivation base but their age instead. Long Yuan said. Anyway, you guys can continue to prepare for the Mystic Realm. I shall stay here for a few more days just in case there are more guests later. Yes, Sect Master. Long Yuan then turned to look at Elder Xian and said, I'll leave Disciple Yuan in your hands. Elder Xian nodded and said with a smile on his face, Don't worry, I'll take care of him as if he's my own grandson. Chapter 159 Recruitment. Sorry for making you wait, Disciple Yuan, but you are free to go now that the guests have left. And fortunately for all of us, nothing significant had occurred. Elder Xian said to Yuan after returning to his side. Just remember, don't tell anybody that you were the one who cleared the tower today no matter what, and don't approach something that has a ranking. We cannot risk having your identity leaked before the Mystic Realm. Elder Xian gave him another reminder. Yuan nodded and said, Don't worry, Senior Xian, I won't do anything that might jeopardize my life as a disciple. Oh, Yuan suddenly stopped speaking, and then he continued, Disciple Min, my neighbor, she knows I was supposed to enter the tower after her. Disciple Min. Min Li from the 7 legacy families? Elder Xian immediately frowned. This is going to be troublesome and complicated. He sighed a moment later. Why would it be complicated? I can speak with her and ask her to not tell anyone, Yuan said. Elder Xian shook his head and said, The 7 legacy families is not as simple as you think. Even as a Grand Elder, I cannot approach her as I please. Furthermore, the 7 legacy families are always looking for talented individuals to join their family, even fighting with each other at times over individuals, and I cannot imagine that Min Li would intentionally hide your existence from her family since it will greatly improve her position within the family. Her family recruits talented people? Why would they do that? They're not a sect, right? Yuan asked Elder Xian. They may not be a sect, but that doesn't mean they have no reason to recruit talented individuals to further expand their own family's power and influence. In fact, large families like them tend to take recruiting talents more seriously than sections. Elder Xian said. Follow current novels on lightnovel/pub. Anyway, don't let my words stop you. If you think you can convince Min Li to keep your identity a secret, then by all means try. Even if she lets her family know, your identity should be safe for a while, since I doubt the Min family would be stupid enough to reveal your talents for their competitors until they can secure you. If the Min family cannot persuade you to join their family, then they might threaten to reveal your identity. Try to stall them until the Mystic Realm if they do approach you. Yuan nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Sometime later, Elder Xian left the scene, and Yuan returned back to his own living quarters. However, as one would have expected, a familiar figure approached Yuan and blocked his path the moment she saw his figure from afar. Come with me. This is not a good place to speak, Min Li said to him before turning around and entering her own home. Yuan nodded. I also wanted to talk with you. Yuan then followed Min Li into her home with an innocent and calm look on his face. If it were anyone else in his shoes right now, they'd be too nervous to enter Min Li's home alone. Once they were inside, Min Li pointed at the couch and said, Sit down. I'll go brew us some tea. Visit Li/GitNovelPub.com for the best novel reading experience. After Yuan sat down, Min Li went into the kitchen to brew some tea. A couple of minutes later, she returned with a whole pot of tea and 2 pretty teacups. Here. Don't worry, I didn't poison or anything like that, Min Li said to him. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing her words. Why would she say something like that? It was not as though he was expecting her to poison him in the first place. A few moments later, the two of them began sipping on the tea without talking to each other for a few more minutes until Yuan placed down the teacup and sighed in a satisfied voice. HAA. That was some great tea. Thank you, it's a family speciality. Min Li said after she placed her own teacup down. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? Yuan asked her afterward. It will be a little long, so you can go first. You also wanted to say something to me, right? Min Li said to him. Visit/live//tnovelp/ub.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan nodded and said, I'd appreciate it if you can keep what happened today a secret. For various reasons, I cannot let people know that I was the one who cleared the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower today, as it might affect my life as a normal disciple in the sect. Min Li looked at him with a dumbfounded look on her face. A normal disciple? You? What kind of a joke is that? Would a normal disciple destroy training puppets with mortal rank techniques? Would a normal disciple clear all 100 floors in the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? Who are you, really? I don't know what else to tell you since I have already said that I don't belong to any powerful family. Yuan said as he scratched his head, and he continued, I am just someone trying to enjoy life in this world while also trying to understand the cultivation world better. Min Li turned silent after hearing his words, and after a long moment of silence, Min Li spoke with a serious look on her face. If what you said just now is true, that you don't belong to any powerful family, then why don't you join my family? Yuan widened his eyes when he heard Min Li's words, but he wasn't shocked because of her words. Instead, he was surprised at how Elder Xian was right on the mark regarding Min Li and how she might try to recruit him to join her family. If you join the Min family, you'll receive endless resources from the family to assist your cultivation, and if you receive enough support from the family, there's even a good chance that you will get to travel to the upper heavens and join the Min family that's there. Chapter 167 Legacy Families. If you manage to get accepted by the Min family in the upper heavens, they will be able to supply you with even better cultivation resources, and your cultivation will soar at a speed that one cannot even begin to imagine. The Min family is also a powerful family in the upper heavens, so you will have their backing. Hearing Min Li's words, Yuan shook his head and said, although I am humbled that you'd invite someone like me to your family, I don't think I am ready to join any factions for real yet, as I don't want my freedom to be limited. Min Li frowned at his words, and she spoke, then why did you join the Dragon Essence Temple? Your actions do not match your words, Disciple Yuan. I only joined because they promised me that they wouldn't restrict my freedom and that I am allowed to leave the sect whenever I want. In other words, I am not required to give the sect my commitment. Of course, that is not to say I don't care about the sect. Min Li turned silent afterward, and she pondered to herself. While it's not impossible for him to be free in the future, the Min family will most likely restrict his movements for a while to ensure that he doesn't run away, especially if they learn about his unfathomable talents. Sometime later, Min Li opened her mouth again. What do you want? Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I'm asking you what it would take for you to join the Min family. Do you want money? Do you want fame? If you're that kind of person, the Min family can even provide you with as many beautiful women as you want. Min Li said with a cold gaze. Updated from Light Novel Pub. C/OM, Yuan was speechless. Why does Min Li seem so desperate trying to recruit him? Does it really matter if I join the Min family or not? I am just a single individual, and there are plenty of talented individuals out there. It would be fine if you ignored one or two of them, right? Why do you want me to join your family so much? Yuan decided to ask her. You have no idea what it means to be part of one of the 7 legacy families. Everything is a competition here. Your performance. Your achievements. Your contribution. Everything. I don't want to stay in the lower heavens forever, nor do I plan on staying here. And the only way I can leave this place is with my family's help. However, just because I was born in the family doesn't mean I will naturally get their help. I must earn it. And I am currently nowhere near my goal whilst my siblings are way ahead of me. If I can recruit someone as talented as you into the Min family, it will definitely help me achieve my goal. So please, join the Min family. If you want, I will even become your woman. If you join the Min family, they will definitely assign you someone within the family as your wife to keep you there, and I will volunteer to be your wife. No, I will even fight for that position if you want. If I somehow still lose, I will become your concubine instead. Yuan's jaw dropped after Min Li's unexpected outburst and offer. But alas, no matter how much he tried, he simply could not understand Min Li's feelings. Yuan suddenly noticed the glistening tears in Min Li's eyes that were on the verge of falling and sliding off her face, which made him swallow nervously. Give me some time. I need to think about it. Yuan spoke in an awkward voice a moment later. Min Li wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded afterward. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity, nor did I have the intention to from the start. After all, I cannot risk the other legacy families knowing about your existence before you join the Min family. For more, visit l/itnov/lpub. A few minutes later, Yuan left Min Li's house and returned to his own. Xiaohua, Feng, I have a question. Why would someone want to leave the lower heavens to go to the upper heavens? What's up there? Yuan asked them in a pondering voice as he laid on the bed with a dazed look on his face. Most people, cultivators, yearn for the upper heavens because there are more opportunities there compared to this mortal world. The qi in that world is more abundant and dense, allowing cultivators to cultivate many times faster. This also means the treasures that can be found in the upper heavens are more powerful and valuable, as they are being nurtured by higher quality qi. It's like giving plants different qualities of fertilizers, and the better quality the fertilizers, the better quality the plant will grow to be. Feng Yuxiang responded to his question. Brother Yuan, for us cultivators, we always strive for constant growth. The lower heavens greatly limit our growth, so it's only natural for cultivators to want to travel to a place that is not as limiting. Xiaohua spoke next. I see. Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly trying to go to sleep. However, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded again. Young master, if you're thinking about joining one of the 7 legacy families, I highly suggest you refrain from doing that. Why is that? Yuan opened his eyes and asked. I don't know what the 7 legacy families look like in the lower heavens since I don't interact with them much, but in the upper heavens, they are all incredibly arrogant and self-centered people who will do anything to achieve their goals. I don't want someone like the young master to be affiliated with these kinds of people, as I am afraid that they might corrupt your mind and soul. The source of this content is l/i/novelp/u/b. As for what that little girl said. While I didn't detect any lies in her words, you can never be too cautious in the cultivation world. Chapter 161 Stairway to Heaven. I see. Thank you for telling me about this. I might have rushed my judgment if it were not for you, Feng. If the 7 legacy families are truly such nasty people, then I'd rather stay away from them, Yuan said afterward. As for Disciple Min, maybe I can help her achieve her dreams without needing me to join her family. How does one even travel to the upper heavens, anyway? I know of the Stairway to Heaven, but are there any other methods one can use to travel to the upper heavens? Yuan asked a moment later. Indeed, the Stairway to Heaven is only one of multiple methods, and it's even the second most difficult method, but despite that, it's the most used method by cultivators since the other methods are somewhat unrealistic. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, the first method, as most people know, would be to break through the Spirit Grandmaster realm and become a Spirit Lord. Once that happens, you will be able to access the Stairway to Heaven and ascend the staircase without needing to clear the trials, as you have already qualified to ascend with your cultivation. For our second method, as you know, would be to challenge the Stairway to Heaven and attempt to clear the trials to gain recognition and the qualifications to ascend. This is the most commonly used method simply because this allows cultivators who have not reached the Spirit Lord realm to ascend to the upper heavens. Of course, it's not an easy thing to achieve, and only a couple of cultivators will manage to pass the trials and ascend to the next realm every 100 years. As for the third and final method, while this is technically the easiest way to ascend, it's also the most unrealistic method, as it requires someone from the upper heavens to come down to the lower heavens and take you to the upper heavens. This is something only the 7 legacy families and the 4 ancient families can achieve, as they have families in the upper heavens. However, even if they can do such a thing, it requires a tremendous amount of resources for someone in the upper heavens to come down to the lower heavens, hence why they only do that once in a blue moon when they have someone extremely talented. I see. Yuan mumbled as he obtained a firm understanding regarding the upper heavens and the stairway to heaven. Sometime later, Yuan said, I am going to log off now. Too many things have happened today and I need some rest. See you later, young master. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Goodbye, brother Yuan. Yuan logged off the next moment. Once he returned to the real world, Yuan took a few deep breaths to calm his mind before he started cultivating until Yu entered his room. Brother, you probably know about this already, but apparently something amazing happened in today. Yu said to him as she cleaned his body. Huh? What happened? Yuan asked her. Many players within the eastern continent heard a loud beastly roar that traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. Some even said it sounded like a dragon's roar. Maybe there's going to be a special event and the roar was some sort of sign. Oh really? I didn't hear anything, though. Yuan mumbled. Although Elder Xian had spoken to him about his performance at the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Elder Xian never mentioned the dragon escaping the tower, nor did he mention the loud roar that came from it. If it's true, you must try to participate in this event. Who knows what you might be able to get from it? Yu said to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on light/novel/pub/. Okay, Yuan said. I will also keep my ears peeled for any information regarding this event. Once I learn something, I will immediately let you know. Sometime later, Yu left his room and returned to her own room. Yuan continued cultivating for the rest of the night afterward. After his morning routine, Yuan dived back into the game and wondered to himself, what should I do today? Yuan retrieved the guide book and began flipping the pages until he found something interesting. Oh, right. I have wondered what the mission hall looked like ever since they introduced it to the disciples. I should take a look at it now. With this in mind, Yuan went outside. However, he did not immediately leave and turned to look at Min Li's house, almost like he was expecting her to come out and follow him around. Updated from /li/knov/lpub.com, but to his surprise, Min Li didn't show up. I guess he'll be alone today, Yuan casually shrugged before making his way to the mission hall. As Yuan walked away from the area, Min Li peeked through her window curtains and watched Yuan's back disappear from her view. Once Yuan was gone, Min Li squatted and covered her face with her hands in an embarrassed manner. What in heaven's name was I thinking yesterday? Why did I offer myself to him? He must now think I am some slut who'd offer her body to anyone that can help me achieve my goals. I shouldn't have spoken without thinking about it. Min Li cried out loud with her face flushed with redness, feeling like digging a hole and jumping into it. I want to follow him and see where he's going today, but I don't have enough courage to stand before him and act like nothing happened yesterday. Damn it. I should have waited a bit longer before inviting him to join the Min family. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the mission hall. It was a large 2-story building that took up an entire block with disciples constantly entering and leaving the place, being one of the most active areas that Yuan has experienced in the sect thus far. But that's to be expected since this place is where most disciples go to earn their contribution points, which is mandatory if they want anything from the sect. Chapter 162, Visiting the Mission Hall. After taking a moment to admire the outside view of the mission hall, Yuan entered the building through the wide entrance that could fit even 10 adults if they stood side by side. Wow, Yuan was immediately baffled by the atmosphere in the mission hall, as it looked like some sort of unorganized office with papers pinned all over the walls. In fact, one wouldn't be able to avoid seeing these papers no matter which direction they looked. After entering the building, Yuan approached the pinned papers on the walls and began reading a couple of them. The Chun family is looking for someone to escort their carriage from Huang City to Jin City. 100 gold as a reward. 4th level spirit apprentice and above preferred. 5 contribution points. The Ming family is looking for cultivators to clear out the magical beasts that have been roaming dangerously close to their city. 1 gold coin for every magical beast slain. 3rd level spirit apprentice and above preferred. 1 contribution points for every 30 magical beasts slain. Sect Elder by from the Golden Lance Palace is looking for perfectly extracted poison sacs from demonic spiders. 1 million gold coins each. No cultivation requirements. 5 contribution points for each exchange. The Jia family is looking for someone to manage their household while they go on a business trip for 7 days. 15 gold coins. No cultivation requirements. No contribution points. The Lord of Sparrow City is looking for someone to slay the red demon that is running rampant around their territory. 10 million gold coins. 5th level spirit warrior or above preferred. 50 contribution points. After spending a couple of minutes looking through a few missions on the walls, Yuan noticed one thing. The majority of these requests were related to slaying monsters or acting as a guard for some families, with some missions requiring only materials, and very few of them were not related to cultivators. As for those missions that did not require any cultivation, the majority of them did not give contribution points, so one can assume that they were meant for disciples who only wanted to fulfill their duty as a disciple and nothing else. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Oh. Those papers are colored differently. Yuan noticed the yellow papers gathered not too far away from him and approached them. Inner Court Disciple Huang is looking for a sparring partner. 1 contribution points for every hour of sparring. 1st level to 2nd level Spirit Warrior. Meet at Lonely Peak in 3 days at 3 p.m. after the posting date. Outer Court Disciple Gong is looking for someone to clean his clothes. 1 contribution points for every 50 batches of clothes. No cultivation required. Meet at building #2910 in the Outer Court. Core Disciple Xing is looking for someone to give her massages once a week. 5 contribution points every session. No cultivation level. Female disciples only. Meet at building number 55 in the Inner Court. An interview is required before being hired. Yuan read these yellow-colored missions with his interest piqued, so even disciples are allowed to create their own request to put in the mission hall, huh? However, won't disciples be able to abuse this by coordinating with each other so they can complete each other's mission and avoid doing real missions to fulfill their disciple duties? However, after looking around some more, Yuan noticed a large paper that said, "Requests commissioned by fellow disciples will not count towards your disciple duties." Oh. I guess this solves it. Yuan mumbled to himself. Yuan then looked at the contribution points he had left. 781. I should be fine for a while even if I don't do any missions. However, I do want to experience what it would be like to accept a mission. I don't want to travel outside the sect, so I'll pick one created by a fellow disciple. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. With that in mind, Yuan began looking through most of the missions that were requested by disciples in the Dragon Essence Temple. After looking for a few minutes, Yuan's gaze suddenly stopped at a particular mission, mostly because it mentioned a word that immediately caught his attention. Core Disciple Fei is looking for an Outer Court disciple surnamed Yuan who is experienced with the Zither. 50 contribution points to anyone that can provide accurate information that leads her to him. 50 contribution points just to find me? That's the same level of reward as the other mission that required one to fight some red demon. Fairy Fei? Isn't this the disciple who played the Zither at the Dragon Pavilion? Why is she looking for me? Yuan mumbled to himself. After pondering for some more, Yuan turned to look at the disciple standing beside him and gently tapped the disciple's shoulder. Excuse me, this is my first time in the mission hall. How do I accept a mission? Yuan asked the disciple in a friendly voice. Oh. You can just tear the request off the wall and take it to the counter over there. The disciple pointed to the desks near the entrance. Thank you very much, Yuan said to the disciple before taking Fairy Fei's request off the wall and walking towards the desk. I'd like to accept this mission from core Disciple Fei. Yuan showed the request to the sect elder behind the desk. Visit/lies/novel/u/b.com for the best novel reading experience, core Disciple Fei. The sect elder looked at the request with wide eyes. 50 contribution points for a request of this level? The sect elder was speechless, as this is possibly the most overpaid request he has ever seen before. However, since this is core Disciple Fei, who is known for being rich with contribution points because of her contributions at the Dragon Pavilion, it wasn't too shocking that she'd spend so luxuriously for something so simple. What's your name? The sect elder asked. Disciple Yuan, Yuan responded. The sect elder looked at Yuan in the face with a gawking expression. What on earth was going on here? Is he the same person Disciple Fei was looking for? Why is he turning himself in? Whatever. It's not my job to care about such matters. The sect elder thought to himself and decided to ignore their situation. Chapter 163 Disciple Fei. Here, take this, you'll need it to enter the inner court since you're still an outer court disciple. You can also locate core Disciple Fei's living quarters with this. The sect elder handed Yuan a token after writing a few things down in his book. Thank you, Yuan accepted the token and turned to walk out of the mission hall shortly after. After leaving the mission hall, Yuan followed the map and the token to Fairy Fei's living quarters. An hour later, Yuan reached the end of the outer court that was also a border between the outer court and inner court. I would like to enter the inner court for a mission. Yuan handed the token to one of the sect elders stationed there. Let me see. The sect elder looked at the token and nodded. I see. Okay, erase your permission slip. Make sure you don't lose it, and you are only allowed to stay within the inner court for 4 hours. Once your time is up, the permission slip will destroy itself. If you're caught inside the inner court without a permission slip, you'll be punished, so make sure you keep that in mind. Of course, you can extend the time by coming back here. However, I am only allowed to extend your time if you still haven't completed your mission. I understand, Yuan nodded. After entering the inner court, Yuan continued to follow the path towards Fairy Fei's house, and as an outer court disciple inside the inner court, Yuan naturally attracted the gazes of the inner court disciples there. Although he had encountered a few outer court disciples on his way to Fairy Fei's house, it was only like 1 out of 1,000 disciples that were outer court disciples there. The most up-to-date novels are published on /lee/ghtn/ovalpub/. Many minutes later, he arrived in the area where core disciples live. Let's see, building #7. Yuan walked around the spacious area and looked at each building individually. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yuan suddenly stopped walking when a distinct sound entered his ears. This sound. Someone's playing the zither. It's most likely Disciple Fei. Yuan proceeded to follow the sound of the zither and arrived in front of this large building a few minutes later. Right as Yuan stepped onto the doorstep, the zither music stopped, and the sound of people clapping followed immediately afterward. That was amazing, Senior Sister Fei. It's only been a week since I last heard you play the zither and you have already improved to the degree where I almost couldn't recognize your music. Me too. If I didn't watch you play, I would have thought it was someone else. Congratulations, Senior Sister. Your zither arts has improved to another level yet again. At this rate, it won't be long before you are able to use that zither technique. Visit lightno/velpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan could hear a couple of unique voices coming from the other side of the house, and they were all female voices. Knock knock. Yuan knocked on the door a few moments after the zither music stopped. Are we missing someone today? I thought we weren't expecting any more guests today. I don't think anyone else is supposed to be here. I'll go see who it is. A few moments later, a pretty inner court disciple opened the door and appeared before Yuan. An outer court disciple? Do you know whose door you're knocking? What do you want? The inner court disciple asked Yuan with an irritated expression on her face. mostly because she saw Yuan as a nuisance who was disturbing their time with Fairy Fei. "I'm here to see Disciple Fei," Yuan said to her. "For more, visit li/novel/pub.com, Disciple Fei." The inner court disciple looked at Yuan with a gawking expression on her face, almost like she was in disbelief. "Why, you're just a mere outer court disciple. How dare you address a core disciple so casually? Do you think you are friends with her or something? Get out of here before I shove my foot up your butt." Yuan was speechless. Why did the inner court disciple suddenly become so aggressive? "Calm down, junior sister Feng. A young lady shouldn't speak so vulgarly, especially not when you're in senior sister Fei's house. What's with the commotion, anyway?" Another inner court disciple appeared before them. "Humph. Blame this disrespectful outer court disciple," Disciple Feng said while pointing at Yuan's innocent-looking face. "HM." The second inner court disciple looked at Yuan's handsome face for a moment before speaking. "What did you do to anger my junior sister so much?" I don't know." Yuan shrugged his shoulders in an innocent manner. "Why, you little thing." Disciple Feng immediately fumed again. "How dare you say that you don't know? You addressed senior sister Fei as Disciple Fei like you're her friend. That is unacceptable for an outer court disciple." Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. "Really? What's wrong with calling a fellow disciple? Follow current novels on lighten/ovelpu//b. Are you seeing this, senior sistering? This guy has no awareness at all." The other inner court disciple shook her head with a bittersweet smile on her face, and she said, "You're here for senior sister Fei, right? Since you were able to come here, it must have been approved by a sect elder. Why do you need to see her?" Yuan then retrieved the mission paper and showed it to them. "I'm here for this." "Let me see that." Disciple Ing took the paper from his hands to look at it closely. "Did you know about this?" "I didn't know that senior sister Fei had created a request in the mission hall." "And who's this Yuan?" That would be..." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, another voice interrupted him. "What's going on out here? Who's outside disturbing my performance?" A few moments later, Fairy Fei appeared before them. Hello," Yuan said to her with a stiff smile on his face. New novel chapters are published on l/ig/h/novelpub.com. YUR. Fairy Fei's eyes widened with shock after seeing Yuan's face, and she staggered backward until she bumped into a wall. Chapter 164. Do you know this outer court disciple? YUR. What are you doing here? Fairy Fei pointed at Yuan with trembling fingers and a shocked look on her face, dumbfounding the inner court disciples there. Senior sister Fei? Are you okay? Do you know this outer court disciple? Disciple Ing decided to ask her. I. Fairy Fei was speechless. How was she supposed to answer such a question? Tell them that she was defeated by this outer court disciple in her own field of expertise? This outer court disciple is my assistant. Fairy Fei spurted out without thinking. Your assistant? They all looked at her with wide eyes. Since when did senior sister Fei need an assistant? Disciple Feng wondered to herself. Since when did I become her assistant? Yuan asked himself with his eyebrows raised in a funny manner. Fairy Fei immediately panicked, and she corrected herself after clearing her throat. I meant to say that he's my student. That's right. I am currently teaching him how to play the zither. What? You accepted this outer court disciple as your student? Disciple Feng exclaimed in a baffled voice. Why did Fairy Fei accept an outer court disciple as her student, a man at that, when she, an inner court disciple and her friend, has been asking Fairy Fei to teach her the zither? He may not seem like it, but he has great talent, and I believe that he will eventually surpass me one day. Fairy Fei spoke whilst trying her best to not choke on her own words due to how ridiculous it sounded for her. Visit lightno/velpub. Calm for a better experience. Fairy Fei looked at Yuan with her heart beating like crazy, but when she noticed that Yuan wasn't saying anything, much less call out her bullshit even a few moments later, she sighed in relief inwardly. If you think I have made a mistake by accepting him as my student, why don't we let him play the zither so you can determine whether he's truly worthy or not? Fairy Fei suddenly suggested. The disciples there turned to look at Yuan with suspicious gazes. Can he really play the zither? They wondered inwardly because usually only women would pick up the zither. What do you think, Disciple Yuan? Can you play the zither for us? Just one song will be enough. Fairy Fei looked at Yuan with a stiff smile on her face. I don't mind, since I would also like to play the zither again. Yuan nodded his head after pondering for a moment. Great. Come inside. Fairy Fei's face beamed with delight after seeing Yuan's approval. Disciple Ying and Disciple Feng looked at Fairy Fei with a dumbfounded look on their faces, as Fairy Fei looked to be the most excited one for some reason. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Sometime later, Yuan entered Fairy Fei's house and closed the door behind him before following Fairy Fei and the inner court disciples to the yard behind the house, where 2 more inner court disciples were waiting. Welcome back, Senior Sister Fei. What took you so long? My ears have gone cold from waiting for your next song. One of the disciples there said. Who's that? An outer court disciple? And a man at that? Why is he here? The other disciple asked after seeing Yuan's figure. Junior Sister Zhao, Junior Sister Gu, this is Disciple Yuan, an outer court disciple and also my student. Fairy Fei introduced Yuan to the 2 girls and vice versa. Student? Senior Sister Fei's student? How come this is my first time hearing about this? Disciple Gu mumbled, as she has known Disciple Fei for many years now. Because it was only recently that ID accepted him as my student. Disciple Fei said. Anyway, Disciple Yuan is going to play one song for us as an introduction. You can use that zither over there. Disciple Fei pointed at the beautiful zither sitting on the table a few meters away. Yuan nodded and sat down behind the zither a moment later. Visit lightno.ve//pub. For a better experience. Senior Sister Fei is actually letting a man touch her zither? This is shocking would be an understatement. The disciples there looked at Yuan sitting behind the zither with dumbfounded expressions on their pretty faces. They all knew how much Disciple Fei treasured her precious zither, so much so that even they had never touched her zither before. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the elegant azure-colored zither before him with a calm gaze. After a moment of silence, Yuan lifted his head to look at Disciple Fei and asked her, which song should I play? Do you remember the first song you played on that day? You can play that one. Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before lifting his arms in a slow but smooth manner. The next moment, ting! A string on the zither trembled, creating a clean and crisp sound that immediately pulled the heartstrings of the disciples sitting not far away from it. Another beautiful zither note resounded in the area not even half a second later. Visit lightno/velpub. For the best novel reading experience. What is this feeling? They all wondered to themselves the indescribable feeling in their heart, completely unaware that they'd just been bewitched by Yuan's zither skills. Meanwhile, Disciple Fei had long closed her eyes to fully indulge herself in Yuan's zither music. Time passed very quickly, and before the disciples were aware, Yuan played the last note on the zither. What do you think? Yuan asked the disciples, snapping them out of their daze. The disciples were speechless, and they turned to look at Disciple Fei with perplexed looks on their faces. While it was obvious that Yuan's performance was superior when compared to Disciple Fei's performance that occurred before Yuan's appearance, they didn't dare to say it to her face, as that might anger her and get them banned from listening to her performances in the future. Can you play another song? I don't think I can tell your skills just from a single song. Disciple Zhao suddenly said. When the other disciples heard Disciple Zhao's words, they quickly agreed with her. Yeah. Play another song for us so we can judge properly. For more, visit lig//tnov/lpub. C/OM Discord is available now in the author's note. Chapter 165 In Need of a Partner. When the female disciples began demanding a second song, Yuan turned to look at Disciple Fei, who quickly nodded her head, giving him the approval to continue using her zither. Thus, Yuan placed his fingers on the zither strings once again and began playing another song. The atmosphere immediately changed again, and Yuan's zither music echoed throughout the area, allowing disciples far away from their location to enjoy the music as well. Wow! This must be Fairy Fei's zither performance. I think she has improved yet again. As expected of a genius, her talents with the zither are off the charts. What beautiful music. I can listen to this all day if it was an option. Yuan finished his second song a few minutes later, and the world turned quiet again, even feeling a little bit lonely without the music. Again. Play another song, Disciple Yuan. One of the inner court disciples said with a slightly bashful look on her face. Yeah. 2 songs are not enough. You need to play at least a dozen songs. Another one said. A dozen songs. Yuan raised his eyebrows. For more, visit l/i/novelpub/com. You can play until you are satisfied, Disciple Fei suddenly said to him. Yuan nodded, and he began playing the zither again shortly after. Meanwhile, the inner court disciples and Disciple Fei closed their eyes and fully indulged themselves in the music, feeling their minds entering an indescribable state that allowed them to think with more clarity, almost like there was some sort of special effects coming from Yuan's zither play. An hour later, Yuan suddenly stopped playing the zither, as had run out of songs to play. Why did you stop? I was so close to entering a state of enlightenment. At least that's what it felt like. Don't stop. Play some more. The inner court disciples immediately began complaining. However, Yuan shook his head and said, That's all the songs I know. Just repeat the songs then. One of them quickly responded. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub//. Okay, calm down, junior sisters. Disciple Yuan has already showcased his abilities enough. Let's give him a break. Disciple Fei said, and she continued, Furthermore, this gathering was supposed to end over an hour ago. Come back next month, perhaps Disciple Yuan will be here again. If you say so, Senior Sister Fei. Although the inner court disciples were reluctant to leave, they had no choice. I'm sorry for being rude to you at the beginning, Disciple Yuan. Disciple Feng said to him with an apologetic expression on her face before leaving the place. I would also like to apologize for doubting your abilities, Disciple Yuan. Thank you for today's performance. Discipling said to him with a friendly smile on her face. If you ever need anything, you can find me at building number 921, said Disciple Gu. See you next time, Disciple Yuan. Make sure you're here next month, too. Disciple Zhao said to him. Once all of the inner court disciples left the place, leaving Yuan and Disciple Fei alone, Disciple Fei immediately lowered her head slightly and spoke in an apologetic voice. I am really sorry for calling you my student and pressuring you to play the zither again. Yuan shook his head and spoke in a calm voice. There's no need to apologize. I don't mind it, and I also wanted to play the zither. The source of this content is lightnovelpub. Disciple Fei nodded, and then she said a moment later, By the way, what are you doing here? Why were you knocking on my house? Oh, right. I nearly forgot. Yuan showed Disciple Fei the mission that Shed created. Ah, that. Disciple Fei immediately blushed, looking like someone who was caught doing something embarrassing. I wanted to look for you regarding something coming up, but I didn't know where you lived or who you were even after asking many sect elders, so I could only resort to such a method. Disciple Fei said, and then she continued, and since you showed up yourself, I guess it technically means that you have completed my request, so I'll give you the 50 contribution points now. Give me your identification token. Yuan nodded and handed Disciple Fei his identification token. This is a bronze identification slip. What happened to your gold one? Disciple Fei asked him when she noticed this. You mean this one? I only use it when I need contribution points since the bronze one has none, Yuan explained. Why you have 2 identification tokens? Disciple Fei looked at him with wide eyes. Why would they give him 2 identification tokens? It was almost as though the sect was trying to hide Yuan's real identity. The source of this content is lig/nov/lpub.com. However, Disciple Fei decided to not think too deeply about this for now and transferred the contribution points to him. I gave you 60 contribution points instead of 50 because of your performance just now, Disciple Fei said to him after returning the identification token to him. Thank you, Yuan said afterward. By the way, you said that you were looking for me? Why? Yuan asked sometime later. About that. Disciple Fei suddenly began acting hesitant. A few moments of silence later, she spoke, well. I am in need of a partner. Yuan raised his eyebrows. What kind of partner? He asked her with an innocent face. One would normally think of lovers when they hear the word partner from a female, but Yuan was too innocent to think of such things. Follow current novels on l/item////ovalpub.com. There will be a large Zither competition next week, and I need a partner in order to even participate. I have been looking for someone who can play the Zither even half as decent as I can, but there's no such person in the Dragon Essence Temple. However, you can definitely do it. Please. I will pay you as many contribution points as you want if we can participate in this competition. Disciple Fei said to him in a slightly desperate voice. Zither competition, huh? What's so special about this competition anyway? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Chapter 166 Zither Competition. Hearing Yuan's question, Disciple Fei said, this Zither competition is one of the largest competitions in the continent that occurs only once every 3 years, and as you may have expected, it gathers the best musicians from around the world. Despite my abilities that are widely praised by the entire sect, ID only placed 7th in the last competition out of thousands of participants. 7th out of thousands? That's already very good. Yuan said with slightly wide eyes. 7th place may be good, but it isn't good enough. I want at least 3rd place, as that's when you get the real rewards. Disciple Fei said. What kind of rewards? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. For the last competition, 3rd place got some Earth rank Zither art as a reward. The 2nd place received a Heaven rank Zither art, and the 1st place received a Heaven grade treasure that is also a Zither. Zither art? What are those? Yuan asked. They are. Here, let me show you instead. It'll be much quicker that way. Disciple Fei then sat behind her Zither and took a deep breath before pulling one of its strings. Ting! A sharp and aggressive music note that Yuan wasn't familiar with resounded, and a somewhat transparent arc that resembled Uraus wind blade technique flew from the Zither before hitting a teacup on the table a few meters away and cleanly slicing it in half, almost like someone had slashed it with a thin sword or a sharp weapon. Follow current novels on l/item/novelpub.com. What you've witnessed just now is Zither art without any techniques. By infusing some spiritual energy into your fingers and releasing it with the Zither, you can turn the Zither into a deadly long-range weapon. Disciple Fei said to him. Turning instruments into weapons? Yuan looked at her with a gawking expression on his face, as he would have never imagined that such a thing could be possible. Disciple Fei then continued, as for this year's competition. Because they will be receiving support from the Heaven and Earth Palace, the rewards have become much more valuable and desirable. 3rd place will receive an Earth rank Zither art technique and an Earth grade treasure. The 2nd place will receive a Heaven rank Zither art technique and a Heaven grade treasure. As for the 1st place, shockingly, you will receive a Divine rank Zither art technique and a Heaven grade treasure. Do you have any idea how valuable Divine rank techniques are? A divine rank Zither art technique. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. However, despite the temptation of a divine rank technique, Yuan was more interested in the heaven-grade treasure, as he wanted a Zither of his own. And you want me to participate in this competition with you, right? Yuan asked her a moment later. That's right. With your Zither skills, we'll have a great chance of reaching the top 3. If we reach the top 3, we'll share the Earth rank Zither art and you can keep the Zither since I already have one. My current Zither art is only mortal rank after all. What do you think? I'll even pay you contribution points for your participation. Disciple Fei looked at him with a pleading gaze. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay, I'll participate in this competition with you. Just let me know when. Thank you very much. I'll let my master know later. Disciple Fei was so excited that she unconsciously grabbed Yuan's hands and shook them vigorously. New novel chapters are published on lightno//velpu/b. By the way, now that we're going to be partners in this big competition, we'll need to practice and hone our skills before the competition. Since you cannot enter the inner court easily as an outer court disciple, I will come to your living quarters instead so that we can practice together. Where do you live? Disciple Fei asked him later. Building number 70, Yuan answered with a calm face. That area, huh? Well, it's not too surprising since you have a gold identification token. Okay, I'll see you there first thing tomorrow morning. Disciple Fei said. Sometime later, Yuan left her house and the inner court, returning back to his own house. A music competition, huh? How long has it been since ID last participated in one? Yuan thought to himself. As someone who has participated in hundreds of competitions before, he couldn't help but feel excited about participating in another competition after so long. Once Yuan left, Disciple Fei also left her house to seek out Elder Shan, her master. Master, I have something important to tell you. Disciple Fei? What's the matter? Elder Shan stopped working and looked at her. This is regarding the Zither competition next week. This content is taken from l/i/ghtn/ovalpub/com. Oh, right, the one backed by the Heaven and Earth Palace. What about it? If I recall correctly, you are required to bring a partner this time. Did you find one yet? Elder Shan asked her. Disciple Fei nodded and said, Yes, I found someone, and he's that Disciple Yuan I mentioned not too long ago. Did you just say Disciple Yuan? Elder Shan exclaimed in a shocked manner. Why yes. Is there a problem with that? Disciple Fei asked with a nervous look on her face. Elder Shan did not immediately respond to her and silently pondered with a deep frown. A moment of silence later, Elder Shan spoke, Disciple Yuan. What did he say? Had agreed to participate in the competition with me, she responded. I see. Elder Shan closed her eyes and sighed. After another moment of silence, Elder Shan stood up and said, Follow me. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Where are we going, Master? Disciple Fei raised her eyebrows as she followed Elder Shan outside. To meet with the sect master. The sect master? W.I.? Did I do something wrong? Disciple Fei exclaimed with a nervous look on her face because only disciples who are in deep trouble with the sect would meet the sect master. Calm down, you're not in trouble. This is about Disciple Yuan. I don't know how much you know about him, but I'm sure that you can tell that his existence within the sect is a unique one. Elder Shan said to her. Disciple Yuan? Is he's really that special? Disciple Fei looked at her with a dumbfounded face. Special is an understatement, my dear disciple. You'll understand more about him in just a moment. Elder Shan said as she brought Disciple Fei to the sect master's headquarters. Chapter 167. What did he do this time? Sect Master, this is Elder Xian. I have something important to talk about regarding Disciple Yuan. Elder Xian knocked on Long Yijin's door and said from the outside. Disciple Yuan? What did he do this time? Long Yijun immediately sighed and stopped working. Come inside. Elder Xian opened the door a moment later and entered the room with Disciple Fei following behind her. Long Yijun raised his eyebrows after seeing Disciple Fei, wondering what she's doing there and how she's related to this situation. Disciple Fei, go ahead and tell the sect master what you told me before coming here. Elder Xian looked at her and said. Disciple Fei nodded and stepped forward before bowing to Long Yijun in a respectful manner. Core Disciple Fei greets the sect master. After greeting Long Yijun, Disciple Fei began to speak. I will be participating in the Zither competition that will be held in a week with my partner, an outer court disciple surnamed Yuan. Zither competition? With Disciple Yuan? Long Yijin's jaw loosened a little bit after hearing her words. Since when did Yuan become a Zither expert? Disciple Fei nodded and said, Disciple Yuan has outstanding talents with the Zither, and I believe that we have a good chance of obtaining third place if he participated in the competition with me. This content is taken from l/itno/velpub. Third place? If I recalled correctly, you'd placed 7th place for the last competition, Long Yijun said with a pondering face. That's correct, Sect Master. After pondering for a moment, Long Yijun spoke. I am aware that this competition is being backed by the Heaven and Earth Palace, so the competition will be much fiercer this year. What makes you think you will be able to achieve third place? If you'd listened to Disciple Yuan playing the Zither, you would understand my feelings, Sect Master. ID managed to obtain Zither enlightenment after listening to his Zither play. What? Enlightenment? Just like that? Long Yijun exclaimed in a shocked voice, as this is his first time hearing of such a thing. Disciple Fei nodded. Maybe I should also listen to Disciple Yuan play the Zither. Long Yijun thought to himself. Sometime later, Long Yijun said, Anyway, I understand the situation now, but letting Disciple Yuan leave the sect is not as simple as you think, Disciple Fei, as his existence within the sect is a little special to say the least. If I may ask, just who is Disciple Yuan, exactly? He's clearly someone with an important background, but I do not recognize him at all, nor have I ever heard of someone like him. Disciple Fei said. This content is taken from lig/novelpub. C/om. Long Yijun took a deep breath before speaking. To tell you the truth, Disciple Fei, we also have no clue as to what Disciple Yuan's true background is. There are speculations that he's from one of the 4 ancient families, but that is only a speculation at best. The 4 ancient families? Disciple Fei's jaw dropped after hearing this. Even if it is only speculation, it was still incredibly shocking that they'd evaluate Yuan as someone worthy enough to exist in one of the 4 ancient families. After a moment of silence, Disciple Fei asked Long Yijun with a worried look on her face, then what's going to happen now? Are you going to forbid him from participating in the competition? What? Of course not. Long Yijun quickly responded with a surprised look on his face. Although he won't say it because it would affect his face and position as the sect master, he actually didn't dare to confine Yuan inside the sect despite his value to them, especially after promising him that they would not restrict his movements and freedom. Then he can participate in the competition with me? Disciple Fei asked again with a slightly excited look on her face. If that's what he wants to do, there's no reason for me to refuse, especially if you are so confident that you would achieve 3rd place in the tournament. After all, any reputation or recognition you gain from the competition will also affect the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yijun nodded. He then turned to look at Elder Xian and said, I hope you don't mind, and I am not doubting your abilities, but since Disciple Yuan will be coming with you, I want Elder Xian to accompany you just in case. New novel chapters are published on Light Novelpub. Elder Xian nodded and said, Don't worry, I completely understand. I won't be able to sleep for the rest of my life if anything were to happen to him while we are outside. In fact, even if you didn't mention it, I would have personally asked for help. Long Yijun nodded and said a moment later, Then I will look forward to your results, Disciple Fei. Thank you, Sect Master. I will try my best to bring glory to the Dragon Essence Temple. Disciple Fei bowed before leaving the place with Elder Shan shortly after. Zither competition, huh? I just hope that he doesn't make a commotion there. Long Yuan sighed as he laid back on his seat, experiencing an uneasy feeling in his chest for some reason. After leaving the sect master's headquarters, Disciple Fei asked Elder Shan, Master, do you really think Disciple Yuan belongs to one of the 4 ancient families? Honestly, I have a feeling that his true background might even surpass that of the 4 ancient families. You weren't there to witness it, but Disciple Yuan's cultivation talent. It's so ridiculously insane that it's scary. Above the 4 ancient families? Does a power like that even exist in the lower heavens? I thought the 4 ancient families are the strongest within the lower heavens. Disciple Fei said. Elder Shan shook her head and said, the lower heavens may seem small compared to the upper heavens, but there are many powerful and hidden backgrounds in this world that prefer to remain low-key or unknown to the rest of the world as a method of survival, and the 4 ancient families is just scratching the surface of what might exist. At least that's what I think. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.